Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its mission, to explore strange new worlds, to discover new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Good evening, campers, and welcome to Retro Playback. I'm Commander Exorcist, and this is Star Trek Judgment Rites. This is Interplay's 1993 pixel point-and-click adventure game featuring the crew of the Starship Enterprise from the original Star Trek series. This game is a direct sequel to the Star Trek 25th Anniversary game by Interplay, and it was actually the subject of my most recent Retro Playback episode, so there will be a link in the description if you would like to go and experience that game, but you really don't have to in order to appreciate Judgment Rites, because it is a self-contained story. And Judgment Rites continues the trend that Interplay started with the first game, where this one is broken up into several episodes. And so there are several kind of self-contained stories, so there are 8 of them. And, well, technically there's 7 specific episodes, and then the 8th one is kind of like putting the bow on the top. It kind of wraps everything together. And so they are separate and contained stories, but there is an overarching theme that kind of comes together at the end, which really embodies the idea of Judgment Rites. And without giving too much away, in the Star Trek 25th Anniversary game, there are points that you can be allotted for how you can complete a mission. And so sometimes you'll have the option of, say, using a phaser to stun your enemy, or you can use words. You can just talk to them. And you will get more points for talking to them and kind of de-escalating the situation or using nonviolent intervention, unless it's absolutely necessary to defend yourself. Nonviolent intervention most of the time will get you higher points. Well, in Judgment Rites, things are a little different. You don't get points for it, but you get kind of this hidden morality score. You never really get to see it, but you can tell that you're making progress on this morality score with how the game speaks to you when it assigns you new missions and gives you an analysis of your performance in the previous mission, especially with the female admiral that comes up a couple of times on the screen. She'll tell you that, you know, she's either very disappointed in your performance or she's very impressed with your performance and thinks that you're the greatest starship captain in all of the Federation, which you are James T. Kirk. You absolutely are the best until Captain Picard comes along. But we won't get into that, will we? So, in contrast to 25th Anniversary, which I talked about in my previous playthrough, I actually played this game a lot as a kid. So 25th Anniversary, I had never played it until I sat down to do the retro playback. But Judgment Rites is a different animal. I played this game a lot as a kid. I actually still own my collector's edition of this game. So it came out first, kind of in the general box art that you see on the screen, but then it was re-released later on a collector's edition CD-ROM. It came on a 2-disc set. It had the game, fully voice-acted, fully interactive, and it came with a separate disc that included a 3D tour of the Enterprise bridge and a making of the game featurette hosted by Leonard Nimoy. In the box is also a VHS copy of The City on the Edge of Forever and a small enamel lapel pin. So it's a really cool little collector set. So I still have mine. I played this thing like crazy, and part of it is because it was a challenge. This game was really difficult to get to run on my computer. There was some kind of problem with the memory manager, and so especially the first episode, when we get into the first of the 8 episodes, it's called Federation, and I even 30 some years later, I can still quote certain parts of that episode in this game in my head because I had to play it so many times because it was something wrong with the memory manager or something. And there are key moments where like the cutscene would appear, or you could legitimately click dialogue options in a certain sequence and the game would crash. And so eventually I managed to mess with the memory manager settings a little bit and got it fixed and was able to play it. And I enjoyed it a lot. So, yeah, this one I'm very intimately familiar with the game from start to finish, which is why this game may appear a little different than some of my previous playthroughs, because this is probably the closest I've ever come to a perfect playthrough of any game I've ever recorded. So you're going to see moments where the characters walk into a room and I just immediately click on some obscure object in the room. And that's just because I've played this game so much. I know exactly what I need to do in the sequence that I need to do it. There's obviously hints and tricks that I've used. There's this game still has the kind of pseudo DRM with it, where you have to have the Federation map to know which star to appropriately click. So I don't discuss that in the playthrough itself extensively because I discussed it in the 25th anniversary edition, but it's the same thing from that game to this one. So if you get this game from like GOG or Steam or other places or wherever, it should come with a download option to get that map in a PDF file so that you can see what star you're going to, because if you click the wrong star, the Enterprise is going to be destroyed by some random enemy, whether it's the Romulans or the Klingons or whoever. So yeah. But I really enjoyed the playthrough. It was a lot of fun. It was very nostalgic to get to see some of the classic characters and some of the classic scenarios. It's a heavy morality play, and it's really awesome to see Star Trek in its purest form. And this is my second favorite Star Trek game of all time, behind Star Trek The Next Generation's A Final Unity. But this game is right up there at the top. It's a fun ride, and I hope that you'll stick with me, and I hope that you enjoy as we go through Star Trek Judgment Rites, and I commentate, and we try to save the galaxy, and let's boldly go where no man has gone before. All right, there's a pretty extensive intro to this, so I'm going to hold off and talking until we get through that.
Captain's log, stardate 6223.8. We are en route to the glorious Pebble Scientific Academy, where we...
Enterprise, this is Captain Luke Rayner of the USS Alexander. We have returned from the future. In 8 days, the United Federation of Planets will be completely destroyed. A new...
My God. Captain's log supplemental. We have tracked the Alexander's course to Espoir Station, a scientific research facility in the Omega Maelstrom sector. We are about to set course for that system, hoping to discover the subject of its last ominous message.
All right, so we got to get to Espoir Station, raise our shields, and arm our weapons in case anything bad happens. And just mentioning it real quick, I had to have the map because it's got the same DRM as the previous game. Got to know where we're going. Let's see what's up.
The Elossi frigate is decloaking.
In addition to its cloaking capabilities, the ship is mounted with 3 forward-firing photon torpedo bays.
We are being hailed.
On screen.
This is Captain Bevander Zane of the Elossi frigate interdiction. You are no match for our new Storm-class frigates. We demand your immediate surrender.
Forget it.
Yeah, we're not going to be...
Give us 5 minutes to
Give us 5
decide.
minutes. Yeah, that's what
5
we'll do.
minutes for what? What kind of a fool do you take me for? Goodbye, Enterprise.
All right, so we get combat right off the bat. This one isn't too bad. It's way better than that Enterprise we had to face in the last game. Assuming I can get a decent shot out of this. So you can see straight off as we're getting started that a lot of the assets and the combat and the stuff that just the UI in general is straight from the 25th anniversary game. So I like that because it seems like Interplay was able to focus more on the story elements and some of the finer details in this game instead of having to reinvent the wheel and, kind of redo all the basic stuff, the basic assets. So yeah, the combat is still arcadey, but it's fun. All right, that's it. Oh no! I did not mean to destroy him. We were supposed to let him go. Yeah, I hope that doesn't affect our score. Uh-oh.
Captain's log. We have engaged in a battle against the Alasi. I cannot help but wonder if there is a connection between them and the message that we have received from the Alexander.
Captain, you don't seriously expect us to believe that the Alasi could threaten the Federation.
Those Cossacks couldn't threaten my grandmother.
It does seem inconsistent with what we know.
I'm still suspicious, Mr. Spock. Just call it human intuition.
Well, I mean, they did happen to be here, so... I know this episode really well, so we're about to get in some serious trouble.
Captain, I'm receiving a message from the station manager.
On screen.
Captain, I'm James Monroe, commander of Espoir Station. We witnessed your battle against the Alasi. They've bothered us a lot in the last few weeks. We're very grateful.
Do you mind if we come down and take a look at your station? Really? Then why haven't you filed reports with Starfleet?
I like
We've
that
heard
answer.
disturbing reports about your activities.
If you're under
We've come to
attack
take a
and
look at your
being
research.
harassed,
Mind if
why aren't you
really-
telling someone?
We filed reports. We've received no communication from Starfleet in 2 weeks. We were wondering if someone wasn't jamming our transmissions. We're sending our coordinates. If you wish to discuss this in person, we'd be more than happy to receive you. Beam on down.
Oh, we'll be there. Now it's time to head for the
shields,
transporter
Captain.
room.
Greetings, Dr. Monroe. I'm Captain Kirk.
Yes, it's been made clear who you are, Captain Kirk. Espoir Station is glad to meet you. In fact, we have something interesting to show you.
That may be why we're here.
Oh boy.
What the?
The modified tractor overload beam can be quite lethal, Captain. I suggest you surrender immediately or we will crack your ship like an egg.
Why are you doing this?
Actually, Kirk,
It didn't take long for Burdell to come back.
Jim, isn't he that maniac who wanted revenge on you? And
I am the one who headed the Verdane program to build our improved versions of your starships. And despite the setback caused by your interference, I survived.
I thought you were killed when your pathetic imitation of the Enterprise was destroyed.
Fortunately, a Club de Lassie frigate transported me before my bridge was destroyed. Fortunate for one of us, that is.
You intend to destroy the entire Federation?
Guards, put them in the brig and let them rot.
So Kirk called it a pathetic imitation, but that thing was brutal to fight.
welcome to Espoir, Captain Kirk. I've been asked to make certain your stay is uncomfortable. What did you do to Dr. Burdell anyway?
11 years ago, as a lieutenant on the Farragut, I exposed his scheme to overthrow the Verdane Council. They dismissed him from their science council in disgrace. He's vowed revenge ever since.
That explains it. Never get involved in politics or get on the good doctor's bad side.
It doesn't sound like you care that much for Burdell.
Well, he's never been interested in winning popularity contests. By the way, the name's Shem. Manau Shem.
All right, this is one of those moments where we can either shoot or we can
What's on your
talk,
mind,
and
Captain?
we're going to
Dr.
talk our
McCoy, he's
way
very
out of
sick.
this.
You wouldn't happen to be related to Vakata-Shim by any chance? Do you realize that you're working for a madman? When do we eat around here? Dr. McCoy, he's very... You wouldn't...
Yes. He was my father.
How's he doing?
He's dead. He tried to betray the Verdane Starship program to the Federation and was executed 9 years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that. I knew him when I was on Verdane. He was a good man.
Obviously, someone felt differently. Since then, Dr. Burdell took me under his wing. I proved more able as a security officer than as a scientist.
Then you should know that Burdell is insane. Why don't you try coming inside for a moment? Let's see how tough a security officer you are. And what do you think of your father's death?
do you think I felt?
I called him my friend. He had the courage of his beliefs. It must have been difficult having people constantly saying that you are a traitor's son. How many times did Burdell say that to you? Help us avenge his death. 10 years ago, he helped me expose him to the Bardane Council. He died because he was Burdell's enemy, not because he was a traitor. If I can expose Burdell's plans, then your father's name will be cleared.
I have a duty, Captain. A responsibility to guard this station and its crew. If I do as you ask, I betray the man who killed my father, and also betray a lot of friends in station security who did nothing.
And you
to
probably
him.
won't die for
difficult
it.
choice. Your friends are alive. Your father has no one except you. And how does Burdell treat your friends?
You have a point. I suppose I can let you go.
Oh, we got him.
Turn off
Nice.
the force field. Your weapons, communicators, and tricorders are stored in the lockers in this room. I'll try to convince security to turn against Burdell.
You remind me a lot of your father, Manao Sheen.
Unfortunately, after this, I will remind everyone about my father.
Okay, so I don't think
No
he said
effect.
he said that they
Breaking
were
through
in
this
this
section
room.
of the wall would be like trying to punch through a starship.
We're not
When
trying to break through
examining
the
a
wall.
Captain, one should look carefully for witnesses.
Gee, Spock, thanks for the very obvious
The
recommendation.
wall seems weaker. The cold, hard surface.
What is going on here? Is it even in here?
The cold, hard surface.
Okay. Oh.
This doesn't seem as strong as the other parts of the cell.
Yeah, no kidding.
Breaking
Where's
through
the
this section of the
lockers
wall.
then?
When examining a wall,
Okay,
Captain,
yeah, never mind. Let's go out here. Now that he's gonna let us out, let's not waste any time. Oh, here they are. Okay.
I've opened the lockers. Try not to kill anybody. Some of these people are my friends, although I suppose I may as well start using the past tense. I'll follow after you've used the turbo lift.
So the same rules apply as in the other game. Red phaser is kill, green phaser is
Phasers.
stun.
Take it.
So we've agreed to help him.
Tricorders
And so our
med
security
kit.
people, any security people we find, we're not going to be vaporizing anybody. We'll be
Communicators.
strictly trying to stun them because we just want to retake the station and stop whatever weapon it is that Burdell set up against the Enterprise and the Federation. Where to first? Let's see. Let's start in crew quarters. We got a couple of things that we got to collect before we start making our way into the security room, because that's kind of our first objective, is to retake Central Security, and then we'll retake the command center. The only thing I think we need in here is the pot, or it looks like a pot, but it's an air filter. Yep, there it is.
The filter is bulky but portable.
I like that she specifies that. It's bulky but portable. I love that about this game. There's all kinds of things you're going to be carrying around that are bulky, but you just don't see them. Like he's carrying a portable air filter. Just it's probably in his pocket or something.
Rather cramped living quarters. Only a small step up from Klingon ships.
No wonder the Klingons have such a bad temper.
We'd better be quiet. There's a gentleman on the bed who might quarrel with us if we wake him up.
He might quarrel with us. Yeah, this is one of the moments I'm talking about with the pocket and the carrying weird things around. So let's check this guy out here.
A
He's sleeping.
Vardane guard, currently asleep.
Yeah, we know he's sleeping. Thank you. We want to knock him out so he doesn't wake up though. Come on, McCoy, do your thing.
This will keep him unconscious. I can't cure him with a med kit. His infection is not easily treatable.
All right, well, that's good. We just don't want him getting up, so we have to hurt him or something. And now we're going to take these dummies, and Kirk's going to stick them in his pocket.
The dummies are not easy to carry, but you manage.
They just vanish. we don't have to worry about them. So Kirk has a portable air filter and 3 dummies. Human, man-sized dummies in his pocket. Love it. So now we're going to head to, I think it's time to head to the transporter room. Yeah, so we're going to head to the transporter room, and there's a couple things we need to do real quick when we get in there. Oh. Uh-oh.
There they are. Get fire.
Get the barbarian brothers here. Take them out. Remember, we're just stunning people. No death. Oh no, McCoy got shot. Bones is down. I think he'll get back up.
I hate when they do that.
Sorry about that, Bones. I don't think there's a way to avoid that, though. Doesn't matter how fast you pull your phaser out. I think Bones is going to take a shot. Oh.
You're too late. I've set the computer on a continuous auto-diagnostic. You'll never be able to get it online.
I don't believe in the word never.
Let's phase this guy. Stun him. And then we're going to play chess. And I love chess in the real world. And so this one's kind of funny because it's a completely nonsensical chess game, which you just really have to kind of cross your fingers and hope that you pick the right choices to get the computer to shut down. Because right now it's stuck on a loop playing a game. I gotta use Spock on it. There we go.
Captain, the computer is locked into an infinite loop. It will continue playing the game until it defeats itself. I can interrupt the moves and input my own.
Try rook to queen's level 3. That will threaten its bishop.
An excellent move.
Now let's push a pawn on king's level. That will force it into a more stable position. Now move your other rook to support it on queen's level. We should be able to threaten the queen or the bishop.
It seemed to be expecting something
We're going for a
else,
queen
Captain.
fork.
Its queen is vulnerable.
Let's not be too hasty. Advancing the bishop to support the rook will give us a solid
Chess, when you get the
advantage on
chance,
board.
attack.
Let's confuse it with a sacrifice. It might be interesting to trade
No,
queens.
don't trade queens.
Let's
Never
take
trade
the
queens.
queen and see if it resigns.
A superb game, Captain. You have mated it. The diagnostic cycle has ended.
Excellent, Spock. Can you access the computer?
The main memory unit will not accept my attempts to access. I will need to find a more friendly interface with enough memory to hold the information.
So now we're going to have to take the tricorders and interface them with the computer terminal so that we have enough computing power to interface.
Captain, I am connecting the science tricorder to the central computer. We can use it to tap into the computer now that the diagnostic cycle is finished. We might use Dr. McCoy's tricorder as well. Captain, I am connecting the medical tricorder to the central computer.
Now we need to reuse Spock on the computer. No. There we go.
Success, Captain. I have access to Burdell's Project Big Bang files and to the access code for his personal quarters.
Ah, you got the access code to Burdell's quarters? He has some really tasteless decor in his room as well. You'll get to see.
Jim, what's that smell?
Wanaka gas, a knockout gas with an extremely long effect.
We have mere seconds to neutralize it or get out of here.
And this is why we went into the room and grabbed the air filter. Because we need to be able to neutralize the gas that's keeping the
The
transport.
air is being purified almost immediately. Ah, good old star-based filtered air. So dry it makes me want to drink a glass of water every 5 minutes.
I'm sure we can transport you into water if you really want some.
Damn transporters. If man were meant to fly around the universe, God would have allowed him to disassemble his own molecules.
It is an irrational fear of transport.
We are ready to transport the dummies, Captain. That should prove an adequate distraction for us to get into security.
At least we have a chance now.
Captain, all areas of the ship except Burdell's quarters are accessible by transport. We have access without transport to all areas except security.
The dummies should provide a convincing decoy during transport and give us the edge we need. Set transport coordinates
All
for
right,
security.
we're going to head into transport, into security now. What I was saying is that Bones, I don't know. It's hard to say the the fear of being disassembled and reassembled incorrectly in another location, I'd say would be pretty real. He's probably representative of a lot of people in the Federation that are scared of transporting. Bones is down again. Oh, he took another hit.
Damn it, I'm a doctor, not a target.
He's lucky they're just using stun setting and they didn't kill him with those things. Let's talk to Yellow Suit guy here.
I give you credit, Earther. You show extraordinary guile. Well played, Captain.
I'm not playing games. I'm trying to prevent Bradell from destroying the Federation. What's your name, mister? You're not so bad yourself. What are you doing? Lowering yourself by working for a lunatic like Bradell?
No, we don't
I'm
want
not
to
playing.
insult
I
the
trust you
guy.
have evidence to back this claim.
If I presented evidence, would you help me stop it?
Is there any reason why I should?
Do you want to see 100 billion people die? Do you want to see the survivors of the Federation destroy Vardane?
Not particularly. And Bradell has not treated us with the honor that the soldier class of Vardane demands. If this action threatens Vardane, our class code demands that we help you.
I'll try to provide that evidence.
I can't stop you right now. If you return here and present evidence of your claim, I will look at it. Until you can prove your claim, Kirk, my men will hunt you down like animals.
Well, we just so happen to have come from the computer room, and we have the evidence you're looking for.
Captain.
Whoops. Sorry.
I have lowered the force fields in the special project room.
Yeah, you guys just stand there while Spot goes around and kind of disables all of the
I do not
security
see the
systems
logic in that action.
in the station real quick. Then we'll give you that information. Here we go. Oh, we got some upbeat music for it, too.
I have copies of Bradell's files taken from the main computer. I believe you will find them to be authentic and of extreme interest.
The date on these files in the security code is from before you boarded. It appears you are telling the truth. This action will have consequences that are not in the best interest of the Vardane. I have no choice but to help you.
I do not need rest, Captain.
I'm sorry, I keep clicking on this chair.
I have deactivated the communications tracking systems, Captain.
All right, so now it is time to continue taking over the station. We've got one more thing to do, though. We've got to go and no, we got to start. Let's start
Kirk,
here.
I have detained these men for you
this
as
is the way to
Security
go.
Chief Command ordered.
Because we got some security systems to shut down, and then we've got to go and disable the shuttle bay to keep Bradell from getting away. So we want this to end here and now. But first, we got to help out this sick guy over
Hold
here.
still. That should help. And try to calm down. We're the good guys.
And
I do not see the logic in that action.
like I said in the intro, you'll notice I'm just kind of clicking on some things that may seem kind of obscure, but yeah, he has a sickness. There's actually a sickness going around the Vardane, and so it's possible for us to have a conversation with him, and he'll kind of tell us about it, but it's really not like critical to the overall story. So it's better just to kind of cure him, keep Monroe here under control, and let's disable the security system so that we can get to Bradell, because we still have to stop him from destroying the Federation.
How dare you come aboard this station and disturb our delicate work, you Starfleet brute!
And I thought Harry Mudd was annoying.
I always thought it was weird. His voice sounds different when you speak to him after the introduction. And if you speak to him here, he has a higher pitched voice. It's kind of odd, almost like they switched out the voice actor for that. But let's take a trip to, I think it's time, yeah, the docking bay. so that we can
Surrender or die.
Wait, you're supposed to be on our side. Hasn't Commander Command talked to you lately?
He is a traitor. Our loyalty is to Dr. Bradell.
Great. Spock, fire. Okay, we surrender.
Let's get their weapons.
Yes, we surrender. Walk right into Spock's Vulcan neck pinch.
7 with 1 blow. An exaggeration, Doctor.
Come on, you two. These controls are unfamiliar to me.
So there's a couple of ways you can do this.
No,
you can
I don't
actually
think that's
open
necessary.
the airlock and purge the air. But in this case, we don't want to do that. We're just going to sabotage the system.
Spock, open the
Keep
outer
anybody
door.
from
Spock,
using it
sabotage
as an
the system.
escape route.
The controls are no longer functioning, Captain. I do not see the logic in that action.
The what? Oh, the hitboxes in this game are really sharp. You've
Spock,
got to click
remove the
just the
atmosphere.
right spot.
Spock, sabotage the system.
Sabotage the spot.
The controls are no longer functioning, Captain.
All right, so it is time to go and face our mortal enemy.
Jim, look out!
Oh, no, wait. We got one more thing to do. Sorry. We got to kill this giant thing. So I kind of lied. I guess we are going to destroy one thing. So we did get to use our vaporizing phaser. But it's just like a random beast that's hanging out in this control room. And it's never explained. Even if you kind of sit around and talk to some of the characters, no one explains why the 6-armed beast is just hanging out in this
Captain,
room.
I have deactivated the tractor beam. The Enterprise is now free.
I thought we got a cutscene for that, but I guess not. Now it's time to go and face Bradell. Seriously, that starship battle with him was
Well, it appears
brutal.
all of those misspent years playing chess have finally been put to good use, Mr. Spock. We can now enter Bradell's quarters.
Misspent years, Captain?
Definitely, Spock. You could have been spending time studying or playing baseball with family and friends.
Vulcans do not play baseball, Doctor. Nor do many humans in this century.
Let's go.
Ben Sisko does.
I want to have a few
Okay,
words
he's not
with
around
my
yet.
old friend, Dr. Bradell.
So, you managed to elude our
Check out the
security.
dartboard on the wall with Kirk's
It's over,
face
Bradell.
on it.
Surrender peacefully, and we'll guarantee you a fair trial.
I will not submit to a trial by a tribunal of chattering apes. We are the Vardane. Lesser species have no right to judge us.
Your experiment is over, Bradell. Morality transcends the differences in species, Bradell. You don't honestly think you can defy the three of us, do you, Bradell? Your morality...
Morality. It is an invention designed to make lesser people feel superior. The universe is full of moral people, and for the most part, they are dead wood. People who are preoccupied with morality never make history. You always did love to lecture, Kirk. You'll be the most self-righteous corpse in the galaxy.
Nope, we're just going to stun you before you get a chance to do anything. Bradell's kind of an easy one to take out, but we've still got to unveil the Doomsday weapon.
Is removed,
So we're going to take
a set of controls.
the Kirk dartboard down first. And there is a cutscene coming up, if I remember correctly, with the Doomsday weapon. That's one of the improvements that I really liked over the 25th anniversary is the cutscenes and kind of how everything is like proportional, and it really captures the 1960s design, especially some of the more alien environments we're going to see. So we found a bookmark that looks suspiciously like a computer circuit board. That doesn't mean anything, does it?
Captain, there is a number coded in base 64. The number is 2188.
All right, Spock. put in the code and let's end this.
I am inputting the code from the bookmark. Chew 188. I have activated the code circuit. The proto-event weapon is decloaking. I have also managed to deactivate the station's shields and have a clear communications channel to the Enterprise.
Broadcast the coordinates, Mr. Spock. Have the Enterprise destroy that weapon.
The coordinates have been sent.
Yeah, here's the cutscene. I really like how these are done. Nice, we got it.
Scotty, 3 to beam up. That has to be one of the most welcome explosions that anyone will ever see.
There is turmoil on the Vardane Council, Captain. The members who supported Burdell's anti-Federation policies have been forced to resign. I expect improved relations between the Federation and Vardane.
That's good to hear. Though history shows that suppressed movements like Brettle's have a habit of resurfacing at inconvenient moments.
And Burdell is now a Federation prisoner. I hope this will not prove to be a rallying point for those Vardane who hate the Federation.
I've received word that Mr. Shem's application to enter Starfleet Academy has been accepted.
What? He's already accepted?
Make a fine officer one.
That seems
Captain,
a little quick.
I'm receiving a message from the USS Alexander.
The Alexander?
Temporal paradoxes are most fascinating, aren't they, Mr. Spock?
Are you attempting to annoy me, Doctor?
On screen.
Luke Rayner here. I know we've never met.
Yes, of course.
We got your signal, and
We've never
Starfleet
met,
has asked us to
barely
assist in
met the
cleaning up
living
your
version of
operation.
you.
It's good to have
Nice.
you with us. Better than you could possibly guess.
I don't understand, Captain.
It's a long story. Come aboard, and I'll tell it to you.
I've reviewed your report from your recent assignment, Captain, and have a few comments. I am very pleased with your performance. It was a perfect mission, Jim. Your reputation as Starfleet's
We
best
did
starship
awesome.
captain is
Great.
secure.
So we're moving on to the
Kate out.
second episode. And the Federation is safe for now.
Aye, Captain, I'm looking forward to taking leave on Nova Atar. The museum there is supposed to be quite excellent. Lots of antique and one-of-a-kind machinery.
Commander, are you certain it's not the Kazakhstanian cognac you're looking forward to?
Do they make that there, laddie? I don't know.
Why, Mr. Scott, I'm surprised at you, not knowing the location of a famous distillery.
We invented that brandy, you know.
Right.
Of course you did.
No, really. We did.
No one would ever doubt you, Ensign, however...
Sorry to interrupt, Captain, but we have an emergency call from the science vessel Demeter. She's in orbit around Balcos 3.
On screen.
Captain Kirk, good to see you're in the area.
You have an emergency, Commander Gelman?
Well, I'm not sure, actually. Maybe more of a case of better safe than sorry. We're orbiting Balcos 3 to study the Balcosi, a race of people just entering their own Stone Age. We've only been here 2 days. Already, we've found some unusual data. But just a few minutes ago, during the deep geologic probing phase, we were suddenly scanned.
Scanned? I thought the Balcosi were just developing.
They are, Captain. And there haven't been any indications of old civilizations until now. The scan was also of extreme power. Following that, we detected a power source coming online. We'll send the coordinates along with all the other information we've gathered. I was a little concerned that we triggered an old defense mechanism. With the amount of information it pulled in its scan, we'd be an easy target. I've moved the Demeter to a higher orbit on the far side of the planet.
Quite reasonable, Commander. We're on our way.
Thank you, Captain.
Kirk out.
All right, let's go investigate the probe, because you know that in Star Trek, whenever your ship gets hit by some kind of scanning beam, that's always a good thing, right?
Approaching Balcos 3, Captain.
Entering standard orbit.
There's no guidance
Lord
here,
Shields,
so
Captain.
let's just head down to the planet, I guess.
I have the coordinates for the power source the Demeter detected.
Spock, come with me. Scotty, you have the con. Lieutenant, ask Dr. McCoy to meet us in the transporter room.
Yes, Captain?
Oh, I love this. This is one of my favorite locations in this game. It really captures kind of the Logan's Run aesthetic.
What the devil was that? An attack?
While I cannot guarantee a lack of physical change, Doctor, we seem to be unharmed. I therefore conclude we have been scammed.
Captain, are you all right? Sensors detected a burst of power followed by some sort of powerful transmission.
According to Spock, we're in perfect health, Scotty.
According to Spock?
Never mind, Mr. Scott. Can you track the transmission to its destination?
I'll give it a try, Captain, but it's like nothing I've ever seen before.
It never is, Mr. Scott. It never is. Kirk out.
I guess you were right, Spock. Here I thought we were dead for a second.
Doctor, that would have made conversation quite difficult.
I was making a joke, Spock.
Were you, Doctor?
Gentlemen, I believe we have some business at hand.
And Spock knew that was a joke. He just likes to mess with Bones.
The surface of this room is unusual. Either there are special properties to the rock, or it has been coated. In either case, the surface slowly emits absorbed energy.
I actually meant to scan the green thing on the wall. Looks like I missed it and actually hit the wall itself.
Quite simple, considering the appearance of the other machinery here. All that was needed was a power interrupt. The doors will only stay closed while power is on. Interesting.
So it's like a failsafe. So if the power goes out, the doors are designed to open up. This is like a safety feature or something. Good job, Spock. Alright, let's go over here and check out this room. We'll be going to all four doors, obviously, but let's start out here. We've got to, man, I remember the first time I did this room. It was such a pain to try to figure out what sequence some of this stuff was supposed to be done.
Spock, any idea what this box is?
The cube contains control circuitry. I suggest we keep it.
Yeah, we should keep it. Everything on the room that doesn't look like it's part of the matte painting in the background, well, let's keep it.
Yes, a fairly simple switching device, Captain.
Spock, what do you make of these?
This appears to be a set of interface cables.
Spock, what kind of interface is this?
A bridge unit for use between function control and display circuitry.
It's a video card.
It could be
it's either that or it's a sound blaster, an ad-lib sound card.
Spock, what do you make of the screen?
That's a CRT computer monitor there,
This is a
Jim.
computer display module, Captain.
A computer display module, according to Spock. Now, basically what we're going to do here is...
Captain, these items appear to be configured to produce a small energy field of some sort. They do not appear to be powered at this time.
Why don't you see what you can do with them, Spock?
That would seem to be a logical thing to do. I will take enough for all of us.
That's basically, these are security badges.
The bin contains small plastic discs, Captain. The plastic is essentially inert in this form. However, if placed under pressure, it will become a superconductor capable of storing significant energy compared to its size. It will break down over time. That is why it is commonly stored in this state.
Probably should hang on to a few, don't you think?
A logical choice.
So picking them up is easy, but it was the point of trying to find out what to do with them next that really got me. Because you can see there, it's a disc. It says it's a disc, but it looks like a freaking spiral notebook. But yeah, basically if you combine the battery and the disc, it creates a security badge that will let you get through the door. And that's all this really is us trying to get access to this laboratory.
These batteries go into this side of the device to be combined under pressure with the item in the other hopper.
We got hit with a power surge. It's interfering with sensors and we might have some trouble locking onto you.
Well, if we intend on taking our shore leave with the rest of the crew, we'd better find out what's causing that power surge.
And
no effect. No effect.
the thing is, there's other ways to do this.
You know,
like,
it does look a little like a button maker. I may not be a scientist, but I bet we need something in
yeah,
the
we need something else in the hopper. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that, Jim. But so doing this part is not so bad. But there's other parts to this that's going to come up that we're going to have to make decisions, and it's part of that morality score that we're trying to go for. We're trying to do the right thing by the Prime Directive and by the kind of the morals of Star Trek.
The badges have been placed into the hopper, Captain. Since we know this is a high-pressure device, it would be logical to either use it or leave it alone.
Use it or leave it alone? Jesus, Spock, that's such a logical thing to say.
What is that smell?
There is a chemical change due to the pressure. That is simply a small amount of outgassing by the plastic, Doctor. Captain, the badges and batteries are now joined.
This is the orange room, I guess. And it's weird, the doors are open until we walk in here.
The badges change color.
I believe the units are now fully operational.
Hopefully these badges will help us with some of these force fields. We should each keep one of them with us while we're here.
Well, it doesn't matter. We're not going to split up. We don't ever split up in this game. Alright, so we're going to back out. And we're going to start building something because we need those, that Sound Blaster audio card or the video card that we found, the Voodoo graphics card, and the CRT monitor in 200 years from now.
The computer is
We
now
need to hook
functional.
those up.
Fascinating. There's only a limited amount of control available on this console. I believe there are other functions it controls, but these functions cannot be accessed.
I'm not sure I understand, Spock.
Nor I, Captain. What purpose would be served by limiting access?
What purpose indeed? Bones, any ideas?
Why are you asking me? Is this some kind of pop quiz?
Two other things, Captain. There is a reference in the limited readout which leads me to believe there are other complexes on the planet somehow connected with this one. Location and function are not specified or available.
That's only one, Spock.
True, Captain. I was just waiting to see if you had any comments.
Not that I'd like to share at this moment, Mr. Spock, please.
There is one other repair that is possible. One device can be controlled from this console if its command circuit is replaced. I will not be able to determine what device that is until the replacement circuit is installed.
I wonder how he knows that one device will be affected. So it's like atoms, or like you can know the speed or the location, but you can't know both. I can't remember which one that is.
Shut down a force field at some other location. I do not know where or what the force field protects.
Yes, I'm getting tired of force fields. One less will be a pleasure no matter what it does. No, let's look around a bit more first.
We don't need to
yes,
look around
I'm
anymore. Let's knock down a force field.
Captain, my attempt to turn off the force field has triggered some sort of computer activity. It is requesting that I allow
As long as it
some
doesn't
sort of
hasn't
display
armed
to
some
occur
kind of like
on the
auto
screen.
turret or something.
Shall I allow it?
I don't know if that's a good idea. Let's wait. By all means, Spock. Curiosity may kill cats, but I'm hoping humans will fare a little better.
That's comforting, Jim.
Oh yeah, this is this one's this is some of the more obscure puzzles for this game. Yeah, hold on a second here. Yeah, we just gotta fill in the diamond.
It appears we've chosen correctly, Captain. The controls indicate that the force field has been dropped.
Yes, we chose 100% from memory, didn't we, Spock? think it's weird the doors are open until we walk in the room. Like it's detecting us and wants to keep us here or keep whoever's in the building from doing anything else until they verify their identity.
A high-protein bacteria mixed with some sort of pheromone-style compound. I don't know what effects the pheromone would have on our physiology. I would need to take a sample back to the lab on the Enterprise to conduct a study.
Not so sure I'm comfortable with bringing bacteria back to the Enterprise there, Bones. Yeah, whoops, didn't mean to go that way. We need to go this way because there's, I think, yeah, this is the, kind of the first sign of life that we're going to see on this, strange planet. It's more of a, I can't decide if this is like a laboratory or if it's a zoo. Probably a little bit of both.
Internal structure hidden by force field effects. The uncovered areas consist of a pair of unknown vents and a solid inclined drop chute.
It's a food dispenser for this caveman guy.
Nothing unusual about that object, Captain.
What? Nothing unusual about the caveman that just walked in? Oh, there we go.
Nothing unusual
seriously?
about that object, Captain.
Maybe. Oh, the medical. Okay. Let's do a medical evaluation.
The Balcosian system shows heightened stress and metabolic activities.
Captain, I do not notice any external controls.
I was trying to get Spock to do his Vulcan neck pinch on the guy and take him down. I'm pretty sure you can use Spock to take him down, or we can use a phaser to shoot him. But again, we don't use the technological violence. Let's use our hands, our bare hands, our Vulcan
Captain,
hands
I will
to
attempt
do
to
it.
restrain the Balcosian when he stops to eat. Captain, I will attempt to restrain the Balcosian when he stops to eat.
Okay, I guess that means I gotta wait. There we go. Get him, Spock.
The nerve bundle seemed quite thick. My assumption is that the Balcosian is unharmed, but will remain unconscious for a considerable time.
Jim, I'd like to take him to the medical examination room next door. I want to know what that gas is doing to him.
Not a bad idea, Bones.
Yeah, because they said it's creating heightened aggression. So something is feeding these people, but is working to keep them aggressive. So it's more like probably some kind of laboratory experiment.
Elevated.
Why the devil is this thing giving me these readings? I don't think there's anything to worry about. The pheromones don't match our body chemistry enough to do more than make us a little hostile. But who could tell in Spock's case?
He's just trying to get a rise out of Spock. Of course, from what I remember, I think Vulcans can get pretty aggressive. That's one of the reasons they eliminated emotion, because they can be pretty dangerous if they get stuck in their feelings.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Assuming the appropriate signal is received, this unit can be shut down safely. The shutdown signal does not originate here.
So we put the switch on it, but we can't use the switch here? Let's go over here. I bet. I don't know. I think we'll go over here and check out that, there was another room. It had a force field on it. I wonder if the force field's come down. Oh, well, yeah, I guess it has. Okay. So we've got this giant freaking machine here. And this one's a little cumbersome, too, because it's one of those points where you have to click it just right to get it to work.
This device is a memory unit, an archive. Most amazing. The information is in volatile memory. If power were lost to this device, all information contained within would be lost. An odd way to create an archive.
And it can't be an archive if it's going to be in volatile memory.
It contains a vast amount of data on three-dimensional projection. Circuitry diagrams, equipment construction techniques. Essentially, everything needed to project lifelike images in great detail inside of a structure. Starfleet does not have this level of technology. This would be a major find for the Federation.
Then I'd think that gathering that data would be a very good thing to do, Mr. Spock.
Very well, Captain.
It sounds like a holodeck.
Captain, the display indicates that the best view of the projection will be from the south side of the room.
Well, gentlemen.
Anyone got popcorn?
Bones.
Oh, so it's just a... Is it bones? It's like a 3D scan? Yeah, that's a 3D scan of all of them. I would be creeped out, to be honest.
Impressive, Spock.
Captain, I'm not responsible for that occurrence. However, I did discover that accessing the memory will not only trigger the shutdown of this unit, it will also send a signal to another device, most likely one somewhere in this complex. Damaging the unit will also initiate shutdown and signal transmission.
There's no way around it?
None, Captain.
What is this, some kind of idiotic test? Don't fool with that, Spock. You'll poison this planet and make these inhabitants permanently aggressive.
Doctor, you do not know for certain that whoever placed the Balcosi here did not intend for that to happen. The aggressiveness may be what they need to develop further. And the information in the archive is a reward for sending the Balcosi into the next stage of their development.
Ooh.
You just want to get your Vulcan fingers on that precious scientific information. More like 30 pieces of silver for condemning the Balcosi to the lives of violence. Jim, you can't let this unfeeling monster do this to the Balcosi.
Do you wish me to continue attempting to access the archive, Captain?
Yes, Spock. That information
That's
could be
pretty
critical to the
fascinating
Federation.
because it acknowledges the role of violence in the evolution
Yes,
and
but let's
growth of
hold
a
off.
species. Like, you know, completely 100% passive species don't rise to the top of the evolutionary chain. And, you know, it's the sign of a complex and evolved society to recognize that. That's really cool. This is a good test.
It is broadcasting power, which is causing the interference in communications with the Enterprise. I cannot tell for certain if there are receiving units for this power, because some of the readout circuits are damaged. Fascinating.
What is fascinating this time, Spock?
You tell him, Jim. I'm getting sick of this alien smarter than thou attitude.
I think Bones is in here as inhaled some of this aggression powder.
To my information, and possibly even understand it.
Bordering on insubordination, aren't we, Mr. Spock?
I always knew that no emotion garbage was just a cover. He thinks he should be in charge.
Mr. Spock, I'll have those findings from you right now.
Captain, it appears the circuit was deliberately damaged. This would only be possible if the force field were down. Who would damage their own machinery? And for what purpose?
More and more curious.
Someone who disagreed
Also,
with it,
Captain,
maybe?
I am able to determine that if power is interrupted rather than shut down from the console, it will send a signal to the discharge unit and release the bacteria into the atmosphere. The readout is now fully functional. There are other locations on this planet receiving power from this generator. Most peculiar, the locations of these units are not in the database.
And you think they should be?
It would be logical, Captain. But removing the circuit that controls the on and off functions of this device would also be illogical.
Are you trying to tell me that's what happened here?
Exactly, Captain. Until that repair is made, it would be impossible to execute a proper shutdown procedure.
So maybe the other locations on the planet were removed for security purposes. That way, if somebody found this location, they couldn't go and sabotage the other places.
It would now be possible to safely shut this machine down. However, doing so would certainly affect all the other equipment in this complex.
All right, let's keep making our repairs.
Do you wish me to start the shutdown sequence?
Yes, I want you to shut it down,
Let's hold
Spock.
off on that for now, Spock. Shut it down, Spock.
All right.
That ends that threat. Balcosi can rest peacefully tonight and from now on.
It is still a trying time in their development, Doctor.
Think of it as an adventure, Spock. Scotty, 3 to beam up.
Oh, and that's it. Okay. So we had to decide to release the bacteria into the atmosphere or safely shut down the generator. And we have moved the Balcosi to their next level
Captain, the power
of
source
evolution.
has completed its shutdown
Sweet.
cycle. There is no trace of the bacteria or pheromone in the atmosphere. It would appear the Balcosi are free to choose their own future.
Good to hear, Spock. I know losing a find like that archive has to hurt.
That would be an emotional response.
Of course it would. How silly of me.
Captain, there are 2 signals being broadcast from the planet. The first is another burst following the same path as the original broadcast. The other signal emanates from nearby the first. It's aimed at us, Captain.
Aimed at us. Subject suitable. Testing continues.
Message from Starfleet, Captain.
On screen, Lieutenant.
Interesting report, Jim. I think you were right to release the Balcosi from outside influence. Too bad you couldn't retrieve the archive. No one at Starfleet has any idea who is behind all this, or what the testing message was all about. Keep us informed as you find out more. I've got confidence in you, Jim.
I've reviewed your report from your recent assignment, Captain, and have a few comments. I am very pleased with your performance. It was a perfect mission, Jim. Your reputation as Starfleet's best starship captain is secure. Kane out.
All right, that went really well. And I don't really want to give away any spoilers, but one of the most amazing episodes in this game is coming up. So let's do... Wow, No Man's Land.
Captain's
Let's do
log,
it.
Stardate 6236.5. Following our mission to Balcos, the Enterprise is proceeding to Omega Corvus to probe radiation clouds. We are expecting an
Anytime you expect an uneventful mission, yeah,
This is a
not
code
happening.
to emergency, Captain. 3 Federation ships have vanished in the Delphi system within the last month. 3 days ago, we lost contact with the USS Zimbabwe. You are to go to the Delphi system and find out what's happened to our ships. Starfleet out.
Raising shields.
Arming
Oh, we're going to find out. We're definitely going to find out what happened. And, yeah, it's still hard to believe. It's pretty funny. I think this, yeah. Wait. I'm going to make sure I click the right one, because I don't want to end up with some Klingon trap.
Captain, at our current speed of warp 7, I expect to enter the Delphi system in 8 minutes.
Captain, I just started getting the oddest noise on all channels. It sounds like some sort of insect drone.
Let's hear it, Lieutenant.
An object.
It's not an insect.
On screen.
It's a freaking Red Baron biplane.
Mr. Spock, is that what I think it is?
Sensors indicate that it is an authentic Earth warplane, circa 1917, belonging to the nation of Germany. Its appearance is identical to a Fokker DR-1. Sensors also indicate an immense power source and one life form.
We are being hailed.
This is Baron Trelane von Gothis of the German Air Circus. I have identified you as an enemy aircraft. You have 10 seconds to surrender before I blow you out of the sky.
Trelane, but I thought we'd seen the last of you.
And Trelane is
playing
back.
games, Trelane.
And
Leave my
he's
ship alone.
advanced
We
into the
surrender.
German
Trelane,
World War I
triplanes didn't
aesthetic.
have radios during the First World War.
Captain Kirk, that is not the way for mortal enemies to greet each other on the field of battle. Of course you hadn't seen the last of me. I am Trelane, the humble Baron of Gothis.
Humility is not something that I would associate with you, Trelane. I suppose we're going to get another tantrum from a runaway child with too much power for his own good. Mortal enemies? When are you going to grow up, Trelane?
Not
Yeah, I
for
think we'll
several
go with that one.
millennia, I'm afraid. Of course, the Baron von Gothis does not have to aspire to such lofty heights to defeat his latest victim.
You were responsible for what happened to the Zimbabwe? We'll see who the victim will be, Trelane. No matter how powerful you are, your arrogance and your immaturity. Why don't you aspire to lofty heights? You were responsible.
Was that one of the valiant pilots who is now confined in my dungeon? Perhaps you wish to join him.
Sensors indicate he is closing on us. I would extrapolate.
The Enterprise versus the Red Baron. I think we'll be all right. Holy crap. Okay. He's, so there's no sound in space. I'm assuming that he's broadcasting that sound to give it an effect. Yeah, there we go. Holy crap, he's got some weapons on that thing. We took some damage to the sensors. Come on, Mr. Scott. Oh, this thing turns like a bus. Seriously, the Enterprise is getting slammed for this. Our warp engines are damaged. Our sensors are damaged. We've got some impulse engine problems. I don't know what happens if I lose. I've never lost against Trelane, but I don't think I really want to find out. There we go. Come on, Trelane. Get back here and give us a fair fight. The Red Baron doesn't run away. Oh, we got him. Nice.
Got it. Don't celebrate too soon, Mr. Chekhov. Trelane is like a bad penny. He keeps turning up where he's not wanted.
The triplane has reformed.
It is hailing us again, sir.
Kirk, you cheated! You cheated!
I beat you fair and square, Trelane. Now leave my ship alone. Don't be such a poor loser, Trelane. Your quarrel is with me, Trelane, not my ship. If you're going to punish anyone, punish me.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll go with that one. That's more Kirk.
I shall show you and your closest officers that cheaters never
Oh, we didn't cheat. You just lost. Oh, great. Now we're in some German dungeon.
We have been unconscious for a considerable length of time, Captain. This is Lieutenant Commander Ellis, First Officer and Security Chief of the USS Zimbabwe.
Hello, Mr. Ellis. Where is your captain?
He was in sickbay at the time that triplane attacked us. I don't know what's going on.
What is going on, Commander, is a gentleman named Trelane, an immature child of a race with vast powers. Somehow he acquired an unhealthy fascination with human military history. Last time we encountered him, he had an interest in the Napoleonic era.
It would appear, Captain, that his awareness of human history has advanced to the level of your First World War.
If it advances any further.
Not only do we need to escape this place, but we need to find a way to discourage Trelane's interest in war once and for all.
How did you escape from him last time, Captain?
His parents appeared and punished him. I doubt that we can rely on such an intervention a second time.
Let's just hope that Trelane doesn't grow up to become a nuclear weapons aficionado. That's the last thing we need, is for him to be attacking the Enterprise with V2 rockets or something like that.
The crate is open. It is full of bottles of Himrich schnapps. The date on the bottle says 1913.
All right, we're going to use these schnapps
You have
to
taken several
get out of
bottles
here.
of schnapps.
To be the second cell that we've broken out
You
of in
pick
this
up a
game. The
stick.
first one we talked our way out of back on Espar Station, but
Kirk,
this time we're going to do something a little more,
the alcohol away.
a little more direct, a little more confrontational.
You cover the straw with schnapps.
What's
Nice.
going on here? We should leave this building immediately. The proximity of this fire to a large concentration of alcohol puts us at considerable risk.
Or we
Do
can
you
sit here and
think
let
the
it
Baron
burn.
cares if you burn to death?
Who is this Baron? Trelane? Don't be a fool, man. If you keep us in here, you'll die too.
You have a point, Kirk. Go. I will be following.
I want to ask
Our
how he
soldier
knows
friend
who
seems
we
to have
are.
gotten separated from us. I heard some windows breaking on the other side of the building. I assume that was him.
The building is structurally sound, Captain. I doubt that it would collapse, but as a precaution, I would not enter it again.
But where are we, Mr. Spock?
Isn't it obvious? In trouble.
Do you have a problem, Mr. Ellis?
Yes, sir. I have a problem. His name was...
The Baron does not appreciate vagrants.
Hey,
Why
freaking
that?
jerk. Go over and punch this guy. That's actually what he
fun,
did.
Jim?
I kind of forgot that's what happened. I was just going to go over and talk to him.
A human, approximately 60 years of age, in poor physical condition. His hip is broken, Jim. He needs our help. That should fix the hip problem. He should rest. Thank goodness Trelane didn't take the tranquilizers from my med kit. He'd probably be too tired to talk much.
All right, Commander, you were about to tell us why you're being so hostile.
Let's find out why Ellis is so
Does the
upset.
name Lieutenant Ralph Garvin sound familiar to you? He was my roommate at the academy and was killed by some blood-sucking cloud while on a landing party under your command.
Space is not the safest of environments. I've always done my best to protect my crew, and I've always honored anyone who has lost their life under my command.
The Enterprise is routinely assigned to unknown and extremely dangerous sectors.
I have always made it a policy to lead landing parties and share the risk with my men.
Yeah, I think that one
If
will
I
do.
see you do anything
Somehow,
that puts
something gives me
us
the
or our
feeling that we're
escape
not going to
at
be able to
risk,
tame
you
Ellis right
regret
now.
it.
I'm not interested in vendettas. I'm interested in survival. If you have a problem with me, you can wait until everyone's safe. Is that clear, Commander?
Yes, sir.
It's kind of weird that he's picked right now while they're stuck in some weird German World War I town in the middle of nowhere in space to
You know
pick a
that
bone
Baron's
with
orders are that you are to
Kirk.
be served in the armory. You are not to enter this establishment.
Everyone knows, Fraulein, that the Baron's orders were never meant to be taken seriously. Even by him.
Looks like trouble.
Excuse me, but if the lady wants you out, then you should get out. Would you like to step outside? Hello, soldier. Wouldn't you look good with beer on your face? Excuse me, but if
I
the
like
lady
that
wants...
one, but yeah, we'll go with the more
won't have trouble in
diplomatic
my
one.
place.
Oh God, she's got a
Get
freaking
out. I will
shotgun.
be bringing beer to the armory later tonight
Gretel's
anyway.
not messing around.
I don't know who you are, but we had better not meet again.
Nice guy.
McCoy has drugged the beer.
All right, so with McCoy drugging the beer, it's going to reduce
Well,
a few
Miss
of our
Gernsback,
conflicts
you
that
seem
we
to
could
run a very
potentially run
efficient
into
place.
later in
Thank
this
you,
mission.
Colonel. Unfortunately, the war does not lend itself to efficiency. What do you wish to talk about?
Why are you calling me a colonel?
I know who you are. Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Kirk, leader of the famed United States Enterprise Squadron that has shot down so many of our pilots, along with Major Spock and Captain Leo McCoy.
Captain McCoy? Leo?
Leo? Nice. Oh, I meant to go outside.
Good luck was only temporary.
I'll have to wait. We're stuck with this
Mr.
conversation, I guess.
Fullhouse is complaining. If his hands were any more indecent, he would be arrested.
With the Baron's soldiers, he might be arrested even if his hands were decent. I can't complete a strike to save my life.
Or your fortune.
All right, so we need to go back outside. We've got some collecting to do. We've got a few resources we need to pick up across the street at Ye Old Shop.
Charming place. Less technology, more humanity. I like it.
Somewhere in the middle of this European charm is Trelane and the missing ships. Let's find it.
There's some weirdness in this episode with
Hi,
the
can I help you?
What do you want for that room?
Kirk's going to get a couple of things for free right here. The broom and the rope. We'll need those for later. But there's some weirdness with the way that the characters are moving, especially in some of the larger scenes. I mean, the game is currently running on a very powerful machine, which means that it's not really about the memory. There's something with the programming and the way the game uses memory, and you can see how the characters are struggling a little bit to move. I don't know what it is, but it was always that way, even when I first played it. Hey, can we have that rope for free too? This boy is not charging us for anything. I think we could sit here and just keep asking for stuff. Stay away from the rabid dog.
I would not get near that dog if I were you, Jim. It's suffering from rabies.
What gave it away, McCoy? The foaming at the mouth?
What is it, Gringold? Ah, visitors.
I love how everyone's just so chill with, like, these four guys walking into their house.
What did you do? My rheumatism is much better.
Nothing, Herr Eckhart. I'm just a simple country doctor.
The gramophone is not functioning. It would appear to be a trivial malfunction.
Do not concern yourself with it, Captain Spock. Gringold does not like loud noises. Thank you, Colonel. You Americans are very helpful. It's a pity we're not more with you. But wars always end, and today's enemy often becomes tomorrow's friend. Unfortunately, the reverse is often true.
Today's friend often turns out to be tomorrow's enemy. It's a pretty sad state of affairs, to be honest.
Here, it's not much, but money has its uses.
Thank you. Perhaps you might be able to use a broom around here.
Why, thank you, Colonel.
All right. We'll deal with the dog here in a little bit, but we've got to go into the school first.
And remember, democracy is weak. It relies on the votes of the foolish masses who are incapable of choosing strong leaders. Constitutional government fosters weakness. The rejection of republicanism is what won the last war for Germany, and it will bring us victory over these stupid Americans.
That's not what they told us at the Academy.
It's weird that Trelane's thing is like very specific to America, because they weren't the only ones fighting against the Germans in World War I.
Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Kirk. Tell us, Kirk, how can you defend the ludicrous American system?
I see no reason to defend anything, Captain. These children are, in spite of your efforts to indoctrinate them, quite capable of growing up to become adults who will make up their own minds.
Well, we hope they grow up to be adults who can make up their mind.
If your system is so superior to America's,
these days.
How come you're losing the war? Why don't we put it up to a vote? You have a choice between a system that gives you leaders who will oppress you for life, or a system which, imperfect though it may be, allows you to influence your leaders and gives you a chance to bring them to account.
Yeah, it gives you a chance to, I guess.
All in favor of Hauptmann's system, say aye.
Aye!
All in favor of my system, say aye.
Aye!
It appears that they don't want what you offer them, Hauptmann.
I will not tolerate such insults. The Baron will make you all pay.
Aw. Poor Hauptmann. He's going to tell his daddy that he lost the debate.
This is clearly an imaginary culture with no real existence. The Prime Directive cannot be reasonably extrapolated to affect such a culture. The map does not register as unusual.
I think it was the board.
I have a power reading from the
here we go.
chalkboard that is off the scale. It matches the sensor readings I took of Trelane's triplane on the Enterprise.
Theories, Mr. Spock.
The last time we encountered Trelane, he used various items, a mirror in particular. as a source for his power. This locket is another one of Trelane's power objects.
And if we could find and destroy enough of Trelane's power,
the village of Gothos would come apart, and we might find out what happened to the Enterprise.
Mr. Spock, continue scanning for power sources wherever we might find them.
Or we might find ourselves floating in deep space.
Herr Kirk, can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to ask a question. What do you think about the war?
Yeah, we don't care about any of this. Can she? Will you give us the blackboard?
I didn't realize they let mad dogs teach children. You know, I've heard that chalkboards can be very dangerous to children. The chalk is very bad for the lungs. Maybe I should remove it.
You want to remove my chalkboard? Nein, absolutely not. I wouldn't consider it unless you gave me a letter from the superintendent telling me to do this.
Well, there's our task. We got to find the superintendent and get a letter so we can steal the chalkboard. Oh, okay.
The dog is now hungrily eating its meal.
Heal the dog, McCoy. See how they're kind of struggling to move? It's odd. It's kind of how the game is programmed, I guess.
Another satisfied patient.
The beer drug worked out really well. Got an officer on the floor and one asleep at the desk. So we're going to tie this guy up so that we can interrogate him and steal stuff from the office because we need it for future activities against Trelane.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I could mind meld with him to get the combination of the safe.
Do it, Spock.
There we go.
Trelane.
Wow, that would be terrible to have just Trelane's name constantly feed through your name or your head.
Attention to me. Run away.
The combination, Spock. Concentrate on the combination.
Kirk. I must have revenge on Kirk. Every great man has his enemy. Nothing could be more fun than revenge. The sensation to end all sensations.
Spock.
I am back, Captain. I was able to mind meld with Trelane to an extent through his replications. These men are the crew of the Shinobi, the original freighter that Trelane captured. Their thoughts have been altered by Trelane.
Where is the Enterprise, Spock?
Or the Zimbabwe.
I received the impression that Trelane is holding them prisoner. I also got the combination for the safe. Right 43, left 18, right 29, pull.
So that means that the people here are not just creations, that they're actually the crew members from the captured ships. It's a good thing we haven't shot anybody, because, you know, if we can rescue them and tear down this town, we'll be able to get them out of here and save a bunch of people. TNT. And we need a rifle.
You have taken one of their rifles.
Just in case. I think, let's see here. Oh yeah, this is a really interesting part. I like this. The reality of war versus people's artistic impressions.
Broken through the trenches. That's why Germany surrendered. Their defenses were crumbling, and they didn't want to see their cities destroyed.
Only one of many illogical situations, Commander. The building where we were imprisoned almost burned to the ground, but no other building was touched, and no one seemed concerned about the fire.
What else?
The fact that everyone seems to recognize us, yet the military does not try to intercept us. The building signs in English instead of German. There is much here that is not what it seems.
That's odd. I should be able to see immediate improvement in his injuries. But I have no response.
That is because Trelane is interfering. This man is meant to be a dying soldier, whose presence provides drama for Trelane's production.
Oh, that's sick.
Die. Logic suggests that Trelane will not allow him to die, except for dramatic effect. Given the inconsistencies I've noticed, it is probable that he may be kept alive indefinitely.
Can you give him something for the pain, Doctor?
Nothing I've done has any effect on him, Commander.
That's terrible. It just keeps the guy alive as a, living prop.
Captain, another abnormally high reading emanating from an object in his pocket. A locket of some sort.
No effect.
Nothing to report in the West.
What can you tell me about the war? What can you tell me about Trelane?
I don't think he wants to
About
answer
your
any of
locket.
those questions.
You want my locket? But that's the only reminder of my girl. I'd rather lose my arm.
We need it very badly. If we do something for you, would you give it to us?
I have a letter to my girl. If you see that it is delivered, I'll give you my locket.
That seemed like a fair trade. Poor guy. We definitely gotta we gotta get rid of this town. We gotta stop Trelane because that's just torture. Jeez. Well, the building stopped burning, so. But Spock's right. No one seemed to care about that. No firemen, nobody. They just kind of kept walking, going about their business. And we gotta give the letter to Gretel so that she can pass it on.
Thank you, Captain. I will see that it is delivered.
But you're not going to take it? She's just going to, file her nails and ignore it? Okay. Oh, I'm going to go back here to the card sharks.
And what is the Bluffmeister up to this time?
He doesn't bluff. He just complains about everything.
I do not. If I did, I would have hit the ceiling with my last hand.
You dealt. You deal with it.
There's no hand worse than the one you deal yourself. Hello, I am Richard Sundergaard. I published a local newspaper. It's nice to see someone as famous as you, Lieutenant Colonel.
Doesn't it worry you, Herr Sundergaard, that you know an enemy ace is standing next to you?
The Baron has given orders for everyone in Gothos to treat you well, Herr Kirk. A fellow pilot honoring fellow pilots, I suppose, although I would not trust the military to follow those orders to the letter. Welcome, friends. Can I help you?
What can you tell me about the war? What can you tell me about Trelane? Can you help me get into this poker game? I need you to spread a rumor about a chalkboard.
You say you need me to convince Herr Schiller to give you the kindergarten blackboard? Do not know why, but I would do anything if you could get the commander to issue a transfer for my son.
So he wants a transfer for his son from the front lines.
Welcome to the game, Colonel.
3 hours later.
My God! Where did you learn to play poker, Colonel?
Starfleet Academy.
Cleaned him out. Nice. Oh, we're going to need that money because we're going to have to go back to the shop, and that boy won't just keep giving us free stuff. But for now, we've got to go back to the armory and get one more thing. Well, actually, let's do the shop first. Then we'll go to the armory because we need a couple things from the shop, and then we got to go to the armory and get that tied up commander to do one more thing for us so we can get the locket and
what do you want for those
blackboard.
shoes? That really is a beautiful clock.
You can afford it. Take it.
So the clock is another power item, like the locket. And I think that's it. Yeah, so we just need the clock. Because we needed the money to buy the clock. Now let's go back to the armory. And we've still got that commander tied up. So we can go in and see right there, he's kind of stuttering. That's weird. I don't know why he does that, but he always did. So we need this guy to transfer what's his name's son from the front line.
You presume to threaten me, Colonel?
I want you to sign transfer papers for Sundergaard's son. Send him away from the front.
How typical of the press. Not too willing to sacrifice for the good of the nation. Untie me, and I shall sign papers to take this little coward away from his duty.
I suggest caution. He's a trained military officer. Giving him freedom without covering him with a weapon is not a good idea.
It's not very friendly, Commander.
Doctor, my job is to tell you the situation as I see it, not as I'd like it to be. If you think that being friendly to people loyal to Trelane is useful, tell me that I'm wrong.
He might be right, Bones.
Nah, we're not going to threaten him. We just need him to sign the paper. And he already did, so...
You have taken the signed transfer
The point is
papers.
taken, but it doesn't mean anything. So now we're going to go back and get the locket first. So there's a couple of things we got to do in sequence here. I'm going to get the locket from the guy. This poor guy.
To report in the West.
What can you tell me? What can you about that locket?
You've delivered my letter. I guess I'll keep my promise. Have my locket.
Alright, we took the poor guy's locket. Let's try to get this town shut down so that he doesn't have to suffer anymore on the fake battlefield. Now we got to work on getting the chalkboard. So you got to get the newspaper guy to get the superintendent to get the chalkboard.
We three kings will take the stake.
I didn't know your good luck was only temporary. I'd be quite annoyed.
I have so few vices in my life. I must do the best I can with what I have.
Whose deal is it?
Yeah, we got to
Thank you,
show him
Lieutenant
that.
Colonel. I cannot express my gratitude. If there is anything I can do for you, please let me know.
The freaking chalkboard thing. That's what you can do for us.
Welcome, friends. Can I help you?
What can you tell me? I need you to spread a rumor about a chalkboard.
You say you need me to convince Herr Schiller to give you the kindergarten blackboard. I would do anything for the man who got the commander to issue a transfer for my son.
Well, that's what you asked for, so we kind of did that. So thank you for your assistance. And then this guy out here is the superintendent. So
I saw how you handled that foolish brute outside. Quite impressive. I am Schiller, superintendent of the local schools. How may I help you?
What do you think of the war? What can you tell me about Trelane? You look worried. It wouldn't happen to be about the chalkboard by any chance.
I have heard the most horrifying rumors about these boards. Do you think they are true?
Absolutely.
Of course
if you
they're
wish,
true.
I could dispose of the thing for you before anyone is harmed. I'd need a letter for Frau Humperdinck.
Absolutely. Let me just take pen to paper.
After he's had a
Take it
few
when you
in
want
him
to
and
destroy
a
the
few
fine
drinks,
thing.
and yeah, he's willing to give up the chalkboard because they think it's toxic. Oh,
You pick up the piece of paper.
and in a few years they'll replace them with writing whiteboards, and then somebody will come out and say those are dangerous too, and they'll replace them with projectors, and then somebody will tell you the radiation off the projectors is dangerous as well. You just can't win. Education is so hard. We're about to go steal the chalkboard from a school. It just really, I feel like this is a low point in our lives.
Well, if the superintendent says you must take it, you must.
He looks so Wait, did he just stuffed it down his shirt? Good God. See, it's like we were talking about earlier when he was carrying the dummies around. It's the same thing. Now he's carrying a chalkboard. And it just doesn't seem to affect him at all. Oh. And now we're going to go to a new area. I think we pretty much cleared out the stuff that we need to do here. And let's go over here. I like this. I love this shot of the plane and the castle in the background.
Why don't you start it up and fly off in a blaze of glory? After all, you are James T. Kirk, the toast of Starfleet.
Man, this guy's such
the man
a
who
jerk.
never loses.
Mr. Ellis.
What's the matter, Kirk? The truth hurts? You never let that get in the way of your ego before.
I'm putting you on report for insubordination. We're all upset, Mr. Ellis, but these insults won't solve a thing.
I don't believe in mincing my words, Captain. If you can't accept my honest opinion, too bad.
Fine, but do yourself a favor and stay out of my way.
Kirk, I'm going to be in your face so much that you're never going to forget what I look like.
Commander, I know a treatment that has a good success rate at reducing excess aggressiveness. It's called reason.
Ooh. Get him, Bones. I don't know why the guy picks like this random moment just to be a jerk. Oh, I love that airplane shot, though. Trelane's castle.
Captain, the force field around the castle is extremely intense. I get the same energy signature from it as I did from the triplane that attacked the Enterprise.
Mr. Spock, is there any way to penetrate it?
The force field permeates the ground, Captain. The largest weapons of this era could not penetrate the force field. If we could generate a disruption on the wavelength, the field could be breached, although we would not have much time before it was reestablished.
How could we generate such a disruption?
By physically destroying other objects that resonate on that wavelength. Objects like the power objects that we have already found.
The locket, the clock, and the chalkboard. So they need to be destroyed. And we're going to destroy them in a most epic way. Because we're going to load all of this stuff into Trelane's airplane. And which I think I called it a biplane earlier. It's a triplane, which, you know, I make mistakes.
In the triplane.
And we're going to blow it up. Yep, in a very epic sequence.
You put the chalkboard in the triplane. You put the clock in the triplane.
Affirmative, Captain.
Let's blow something up. Finally, some combat action in this game.
Everyone stay well back.
Yep, Trelane's not happy we blew up his airplane.
I suppose I should be angry at you, Captain, with your act of vandalism against my beautiful aircraft. But then, barbarians will be barbarians.
There's only one barbarian in the room, Trelane, and I'm looking at him right now. Release my ship, Trelane.
My ship? My ship? It's always your ship, your crew. Don't you have anything else to think about? Conquests of your enemies and the fair sex.
Restore the ships you've stolen and return them unharmed.
You're in no position to make demands. I am the Baron of Gothas, the most renowned aristocrat in this part of Germany.
This farcical, wildly inaccurate fantasy of yours.
And you are my prisoner, a mere Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Kirk. And I will do with you whatever I want.
Captain, the painting is another power object.
Is it really
necessary to use firearms?
It's a power object. You remember what happened the last time I shot one of his power objects?
Yes, it was destroyed. Trelane's power faded until he activated a secondary power object. We need to find a more permanent solution, Captain.
Some way to take everything out at once. I think these are the ships on the mantle here. Let's take a look.
This bottle contains a very realistic reduction of the USS Zimbabwe.
My ship! Bring it back or I'll...
Come on, Alice.
This one's even more savage than the last one of your officers who made the same mistake. My compliments, Captain, on having such a spirited crew. Truly a testament to your fine leadership.
Release him, Trelane. He's done you no harm. Take me in his place.
Ah, the gallant captain, intervening on behalf of one who despises him. Don't worry about him, Captain. Worry about yourself.
I suppose I should thank you, Captain.
Later, Commander.
This bottle contains a very realistic
And there's the
reduction of
Enterprise in a
USS
glass bottle on the
Enterprise.
countertop.
Jim, is that what I think it is?
It is the Enterprise, Doctor. It is functioning normally, aside from being trapped. The crew are alive and well.
My latest
Alive,
hobby,
maybe. Oh,
gentlemen,
well, I don't know about
putting
that.
warships in bottles, celebrating the grand martial heritage of your species. Well, Captain,
Yeah, those who have never been in war tend to be the
about
ones
to
that
make
glorify
your
it.
grand plan of escape.
You must think you're pretty clever, Trelane, with your replica of the First World War. Why should I have... I don't have to do anything. Eventually, your parents are going to find you and discipline you again.
You're threatening him with mommy and daddy.
Parents are otherwise occupied. They won't interrupt me when I'm winning.
But you have to compete first before you can win. Send the others away safely, and I'll give you a chance at revenge. That's all.
Yeah,
I was
let's go
sure I
at it.
detected other power sources converging towards us when I was on the Enterprise.
No, you didn't. It's nowhere near me. But there's no harm in making sure we aren't seen.
Yeah, now he's really scared. He's checking to make sure mom and dad aren't coming.
She's gone. Now I have to think of the proper way to destroy my enemies. You have a brief respite before your destruction. Well, Captain, I suppose you're about to make your grand plan of escape.
You must think you're pretty clever, Trelane, with your replica of the First World War.
Why, thank you, Captain.
I wasn't complimenting you, although you could have made that trench scene. If World War I had been the way you depicted, human history would have been a lot less bloody.
Are you calling the
Yeah,
Baron of
he's right.
Goddess a liar?
It was a lot tamer than the
Just
reality.
misinformed. Use the memory banks of the Enterprise, Trelane. Recreate what's in there. War at its most realistic and terrifying. Not a liar, just misinformed. Use the memory banks of the Enterprise, Trelane.
Oh wow, it
Recreate what's in
repeated
there.
the
War at its
dialogue.
most
That's
realistic
weird.
and terrifying.
Oh, here we go. That's what it, there we go. There you go, Trelane. You wanted war, you got it, buddy. And this is probably even tame.
Captain Kirk, I hope you had a good reason for dragging me out in the mud in the middle of the rain.
Look around you, Trelane. Is this glory? Is this valor? Smell the stench of death. While knights fought in the sky, millions died in the mud. Diseased, starving, mutilated. Is this the sort of game you want to play, Trelane?
But these people lost, Kirk. Shame and suffering is supposed to befall the losers in war.
These were the winners, Trelane. You're inhuman, Trelane. If you have any real courage, Trelane, if you want to experience real warfare, put yourself in their place. No powers, no titles. Experience the glory of war firsthand, like these men did.
But aren't you inferiors supposed to die like that? Aren't you supposed to throw your lives away in futile wars? Or die as meaningless non-entities? Dying a useless death without glory?
Jeez,
No one is
that's
useless,
rough.
Trelane, and no one wants to throw away their life in a futile war. We've changed, Trelane. We've grown up. It's time you did too.
You're no fun anymore, Kirk. No fun at all. You're preachy just like them. Anything I'm interested in is always wrong.
Release my ship. Trelane, look around you. Does this look right to you? Trelane, you don't go around hurting people and expect them to treat it as though they're having fun. The first thing a life form learns is to avoid pain.
Then how do you explain this delightful scene around us?
Some politicians decided that the only way to avoid getting hurt was to send other people out to get hurt. We've tried to outgrow that. Not always successfully, as Mr. Ellis might tell you, but we try.
Captain, yours is a most confusing species. Perhaps I should spend some time thinking about it before I talk with you
Yeah, you should spend some time thinking and learning more about it because it really is that sick.
Captain's
Wow.
log. Missing starships have been
That's really
restored to
cool.
normal
I like how
size
that ended.
and are about to return to their assigned missions. It was horrible, Mr. Spock. Trelane recreated one of the greatest tragedies in human history. I've seen a lot, but even that...
The waste of lives is appalling, even when one operates by pure logic. When one considers what those millions of lives that were lost might have done for humanity had the war never taken place.
Well, now that we've taken care of business... Ow! I'll have to see Dr. McCoy about my shoulder.
Something happened, Captain.
Mr. Ellis and I.
I see. Are your
Oh,
differences
so he finally got
settled?
to sit
I'm
down
afraid not,
and
Mr.
compete
Spock.
against
We each
him.
won a game of zero-G squash, but I'm afraid he was called back to the Zimbabwe before we could have a rubber match. I think I dislocated my shoulder with a rather wild swing in the second game.
Then logic suggests that your injury would have caused you to lose the match.
I suppose so. He's a good player and a good officer. I'm putting in a request to bring him on the Enterprise.
That should be
Oh
fascinating.
yeah, that'll be interesting. Hey, it's Greta.
Hello, Captain. I'm Captain
Gretel.
Gernsbeck of the Shinobi. I thought I would thank you personally before we left for Cepheus 5.
A pleasure to meet you, Captain.
Have we met before, Captain? There's something familiar.
Perhaps we did, on some other planet, in some other star system, sometime long ago.
Message from Starfleet Command.
On screen.
I've reviewed your report from your
Yes, we did great. That was awesome. Perfect mission. Good job, everybody.
perfect mission, Jim. Your reputation as Starfleet's best starship captain is secure. Kane out.
Captain's log. While exploring an uncharted star system in the Deneb sector, we received what we think is a message from a distress beacon on Onias 2. We're en route to investigate.
Yes, we are. Let's get out there and
Raising
investigate
shields. Arming
this
weapons.
strange signal.
Approaching Onias 2, Captain.
It may be nothing, Captain, but a scan of the planet's atmosphere indicates a high concentration of rare gases trapped in the planet's magnetosphere. Atmospheric disturbances could produce random radio waves.
It wouldn't be the first time, Mr. Spock, but we'll never be able to tell if we don't check it out. After all, to seek out new life and new civilizations is our mission, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
A split infinitive, Captain.
What?
The proper grammatical expression is to go boldly where no man has gone before.
Somehow, I think it loses a little in the translation.
Yeah, it really does. We don't need to be grammatically correct about it.
Lowering shields, Captain. Disarming weapons.
Captain, our sensors will not be particularly useful to you while you're down there, and communications may be erratic, sir.
We'll be fine, Lieutenant. What reason is there to worry?
I'm afraid, Captain, there are plenty of precedents. We'll be here if you need us.
I have no doubt.
He's right. We have plenty of reason to worry with the luck this crew has.
Forms. The rest of the planet is quite desolate. No sign of life or technology. The atmosphere is thin, but breathable. And I detect numerous micrometeorite hits.
There are 3 unformed planets in this system. It's no wonder. There are so many micrometeorites. I'm surprised any Class M planet hasn't been pulverized by now.
It is not inconceivable, but it is certainly unusual.
Let's do it, Spock. You, McCoy, and I. Oh, and tell Bones to see if a genetic specialist's available. If there are only 2 life forms, we might be privileged to see life at its earliest stages.
Okay, so our genetic specialist is a yellow shirt. So he's not going to die on this mission. He's not a red shirt.
Seems to me as if we've landed on a skeleton after the vultures have picked it clean.
A fascinating analogy, Doctor. Captain, the locus of the distress signal is in that building.
Yes.
I think the doctor is right. Anything good here died a long time ago. It feels creepy to me.
Thank you for that opinion, Mr. Johns. I'll be certain to use creepy in my log entry about this.
So even though the signal is coming from inside the building, we're going to scan the building and then we're going to go to the right because there's something we need to do before that.
Multiple life form readings from inside this building.
These are a little asinine, but they're not too bad. It's just you got to do it in the right
That's what we're
sequence
here to find out,
to get these aligned properly.
The array appears to have deployed recently, which explains its lack of damage. The focal point of the dish is aligned approximately 35 degrees above the horizon. This appears to be similar to Federation technology, Captain. Its control principles are similar to the Medai sensor dish on Vulcan. It has locked the array at a 35-degree angle. Without knowledge of the code control sequence, I cannot adjust it. I also detect that its power core is not functioning. It operates on geothermal energy, tapping into heat from the ground below. Nothing unusual about that object, Captain.
No, I think there is. Oh, it's these rocks. Okay. Oops, clicked on the wrong set of
This
rocks.
appears to be the most accessible spot to heat the rocks below the ground and generate geothermal energy for the array.
So, whoops. We need to have the Enterprise destroy those rocks then, so we can fire up the array.
Kirk to Enterprise. Sulu, can you read me?
Sulu here, Captain. How can I help you?
The Enterprise should broadcast a low-level microwave beam at the coordinates I am sending.
We have them, Mr. Spock. Get ready. Stand away from the blast area.
Stand by, ready for weapons position.
Sending microwaves now.
Temperature near the power coupling is rising rapidly. I estimate a below-ground temperature of 345 degrees Kelvin is required to
That's really
reactivate
cool.
the array. It is at 320, 330, 335, 340, 345, 350.
Shut off the beam, Mr. Sulu.
Affirmative, Captain.
The array is now drawing power. We were successful.
We're not sure what it does, but it makes little flashing lights. It's actually very important for some of the later parts of this mission. But this is one of those things where if you really don't know that it's off to the side, it is possible to go into the building first and look around and kind of get lost, because you really need to align this dish to get some of the machines working
The array appears to have
inside.
deployed recently, which explains its lack of damage. The support beneath the base is weak and crumbled. It is aligned to a point approximately 35 degrees above the horizon. Captain, the controls indicate the device is aligned at an angle approximately 35 degrees above the horizon. There appears to be some sort of anomaly in the control program that has misaligned the controls, but my tricorder is unable to determine it. Without a method of determining the proper angle, I am afraid I cannot realign the dish.
So let's call the Enterprise
Scotty,
again.
I need a calculation from the main computer.
While I know the computers on the Enterprise aren't quite as good as our engines, I think she'll manage.
That's the truth, Mr. Scott.
That was too easy, Mr. Spock. The angle is 32.5 degrees.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
So is there anything else you need, Captain?
Not now, Scotty. Kirk out.
Yeah. I know how you feel, Mr. Scott, to just have somebody randomly ask you to solve a math problem and then hang up on you. It happens.
It should now be correctly aligned. The array appears to have deployed recently, which explains its lack of damage. This array appears focused on a point.
I feel like that's the same dialogue that came up in the last one, didn't it?
This appears to be
Yeah, that's the same
Federation technology,
dialogue.
Captain. Its control principles are similar to the Medai sensor dish on Vulcan. It has locked the array at a 35-degree angle. Without knowledge of the code control sequence, I cannot adjust it.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to do anything to that one. But we got the other two up and running, so between the three of them, they should be good to go. So we can finally enter into the building and start working on the next part of this mission. I like this. I like the first part of this mission because you get to actually interface between the ground crew, the away team, and the Enterprise. So they really don't feel separate. You know, you really do have the resources of the ship available. Okay, so we're some kind of processing.
I have to
stuff
hand
here.
it to whoever built this place. All this equipment looks brand new and in good repair.
Let's hope the Enterprise looks this good when it's this old.
We should be very careful about how we proceed, Captain. I have a strange feeling that evil is lurking nearby.
Evil?
Something that wants to imperil our souls, sir. We must avoid that at all costs.
Okay. Gonna zap this fungus or mold or whatever.
But adequate for removing the deposits from the apparatus.
Let's go over here and see what's happening.
I welcome you, otherworlders. I beseech you, save us from that which seeks our destruction.
How fitting for a devil to appear on a world that looks like hell.
Enough of that, Mr. Johns. This is just another xenobiological entity.
Correction, Doctor. This is a projection of a xenobiological entity.
Jim, the only life form readings are within that machine behind the portal. Single-cell organisms with an extremely high reproductive rate, but a very poor metabolism and an extremely short lifespan.
Kind of looks like a guy from Warhammer.
Greetings.
Seems friendly,
I am
though.
James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. What can we do for you? So, when do the wicked witches and goblins show up?
Yeah, we're not
Your
gonna be
emergency
rude.
beacon and statement lead me to believe you see more of an emergency than
Let's
exists
just
here.
introduce
Greetings,
ourselves.
I
That's
am
easier.
Visner of the Alphan people. Our race possessed this world and thrived here until the invasion by the forces of light. We are locked in a death struggle with them, for they desire our
A
destruction.
death struggle with the forces of light?
No, we do
That
not
doesn't
aid
sound
them.
good.
Wars and destruction are not things we value, Visner. Our prime directive prevents us from interfering in internal struggles. But at the request of all parties, we might negotiate a compromise.
You open yourself to confusion in speaking with Azra, but it is understandable that you want to hear his side before acting. My assessment of you suggests that most of you will fight the clouding of logic and will see through Azra's deception. Please report to me your success.
See through the deception of light? It seems pretty straightforward. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody that's just like straight up, hey, we're the forces of darkness. We're fighting against the forces of light. Will you help us?
Greetings, gentle beings, and welcome. I am Azra of the Omegan people. You are the salvation we have long sought. Thank you for answering our summons.
An angel!
Actually, it is the projected image of an angel, Mr. Johns.
Jim, somewhere in that machine behind the portal are single-cell organisms. They have a healthy metabolism and a long lifespan, but an extremely low rate of reproduction.
So they're the opposite. Like in almost all aspects.
So where's the emergency?
Of Visner.
Greetings. I am James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. What can we do for you?
I am
Let's go
Azra
with the
of the
same one.
Omegan people, an ancient and venerable race which labors to prevent the domination of this world by the forces of darkness. We require you to expunge this place of our mortal enemies.
Captain, the most worthwhile purpose in life is to fight against the forces of darkness. We must help him.
Enemies? This world is so barren that all the life on it is located right here. If you have mortal enemies, we've not seen them. Who are you talking about? Our prime directive prohibits us from taking part in wars on one side or the other. It would be seen as intervention. We are willing to negotiate a compromise.
Yeah, that's
You
more
imperil your soul by
likely.
conversing with the enemy, that sugar-tongued Visner. I cannot protect you, but I do not imagine I can dissuade you either. Go, do what you must. I do not have that much time, but will be here if you seek to comply with my request.
There's no need to leave. We've already talked with Visner. I have to say that I find many of your claims insupportable.
Insupportable? How can you defend a race whose very existence is based upon deceit and foul lies?
Foul lies? Their position contradicts yours, but there are similarities. You dwell on your differences so much, you just can't see them.
Captain, they're as different as angels and demons.
Similarities? They are beings of shadow. They mock our perfection. They are our antithesis, created after we were to destroy us and our potential for good.
You repeatedly proclaim yourself
Wow.
good and suggest
Their
you are
perfection
morally superior to the Alpha.
seem a little
you said they were
arrogant.
created after you were. How do you know that?
We know we came first because that is what our sacred scriptures tell us. In the light we were born and commanded to shun that which dwells in darkness. This clearly tells us that we came first. Surely you can see that. Or is it that you have some other interpretation of the event that birthed the Omegans?
Does your sacred scriptures explicitly say that no beings were created before you?
Dare you suggest they came first?
Let's see what we've got. 2 single-celled organisms, each incapable of survival on their own. One lives in light, the other lives in darkness. Each must live a limited and unstable life without the other.
Captain, do you know what you're doing?
Allow us to unite you again. Your combined strengths will make you a viable entity again.
The
Light needs
persuasiveness of your
darkness,
arguments
and
has
vice
opened for
versa.
me a door through which I spy a future and a truth that I have long denied. You are correct. Perhaps being only half of a whole, I could not see the solution. Yes, I desire your help for my people. Help us.
Yeah, it's a video game, and it's we're trying to get this done in about just a few minutes. So, in reality, I don't think he'd be so quick to agree to merging his genetic material with the forces of darkness. But yeah, it makes sense.
The sample dish feels warm to the touch.
I think it's interesting, though, the forces of light were pretty arrogant. Like, the forces of darkness seemed very protective. I mean, they had their own thing, but, they were like, hey, help us out. But the forces of light were pretty much like, hey, we're perfect. These guys are not. They contaminate us. Can you help us destroy them? So let's go back and see if we can convince Visner to join up with the Omegans.
I am reactivating Visner, Captain.
Was it not as I said it would be? Are not the Omegans a fanatical race, uninterested in anything but fulfilling some self-contradictory messianic destiny for themselves? I assume they filled your heads with their warped theology.
Frankly, Visner, Azra is certainly committed to his cause, but hardly the blood-mad warped theology. It is true they differ greatly from you, but your worldviews are based on common beliefs. You see things from different perspectives, that's all.
Let's see if he buys this.
Ungrounded in logic? They are creatures of superstition. They invaded our world, then sought to drive us from it. How can you suggest we are anything alike?
You question my grounding in logic, but you don't apply logic to an examination of Alphan beliefs. Aren't they concerned with the same things you are?
They really are, just in a different way.
How can their concerns match ours when they reach conclusions based on superstition in a document which is largely allegorical in content?
Logic, when applied to your arguments and theirs, suggests that you have had the same experience. The two of you are united in a common drive to attain an end. Your mutual distrust reflects a fear of facing your destiny. Realizing your full potential will not be without risk, of course, but it is possible. Meet us, meet the Omegans halfway, and we will help you fulfill your destiny.
Not a bad psychoanalysis, Jim. Freud would be proud.
Captain, you may be ignoring the obvious.
Your position is unassailable and points out the one and only purpose for our races. Thank you, Captain Kirk, for making me see that. Yes, I desire your help for my people. Help us.
And just like that, they agree to merge with the Alphans. The Omegans. Yeah, they're the Omegans. So,
You
all
take
right.
the alpha sample, which feels
So
cold to
now
the
we've
touch.
collected samples of both species. And we're going to go back into the center here. And that's what the machines are in the middle. So we're going to put the samples into the machines, mix them together, and who knows what we're going to get. Maybe some kind of tentacle monster that'll attack us, but probably something a little more in line with the morality play we have going on here, because this is the classic religion versus science debate, when ultimately they need each other.
No,
a
I
lot
don't
of
think that's
things come
necessary.
from
No, I don't think that's
It's
necessary.
the same seeking of answers. It's just from different perspectives. And if you unify them, you can have a more coherent and cohesive view on the universe.
I don't know
so that's
why,
what
but
we've
I
got
did not
here.
get a good sampling.
Ensign, let Dr.
Yeah.
McCoy try that troublesome
I
sequence.
don't think he wants to help
Job,
us.
sir, if I can have some peace and quiet here.
Mr. Johns, I think I'm getting a clear picture. It looks to calm down, Ensign. No one is criticizing you. I just need answers.
I appreciate the offer, Captain, but I know what's right and wrong here, so I don't need your
Oh,
help.
what's right and
Ensign,
wrong?
I appreciate your situation, but this is not the time for philosophy. You have a job to do.
You don't understand, Captain. Look at the Alphans and look at the Omegans. There's so much evil in the universe. You're asking me to destroy a race of good and beauty by mixing their genetics with something ugly, something evil. I can't do it.
They're just
Ensign, these Alphans and
projections. They're not
Omegans
even
are
real.
single-celled
Or those.
Those projections
The
are only
appearance are not real.
constructs. Examine them yourself. Could their DNA produce creatures like Azra and Visner?
Single cells. You're right. I've been a real idiot, judging a book by its cover. I suppose I should take a refresher course in Aesop.
It wouldn't hurt. Some of the wisest people in history have written for children.
Thank you, sir. I hope you'll give me a chance to correct my mistakes. Do you think we're really meant to combine the two races?
You've programmed the sequences. You can tell whether they're compatible.
Sir, the sequencer indicates that they need to be combined for their continual survival. But how did you know?
I listened to Dr. McCoy. It seemed the logical conclusion, given the evidence.
Thank you, Captain.
The alpha sample is sequenced, sir.
Now we'll put in the Omega sample. And hopefully Johns won't mess it up this time. He'll actually sequence the data.
This sample sequence is like a dream.
And then I think we need to...
No effect.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that...
Whoops, I had the wrong thing selected. Here we
Captain, we have to run a set of source samples through the sequencer before I can make a composite sample with the replicator.
go. Oh, yeah. One more time, got to use this one.
The two samples have joined together as easily as if they had once been a whole and had been separated before.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious
This
that they were.
technology 50,000 years ago could possibly have been able to perform such a dissection and kept both halves alive.
Captain, with the samples sequenced together, I'm ready to use the replicator to produce a sample with the combined genetic data.
But I wonder why they would separate them. That's the thing. If it's just to
producing a new
test
culture,
people, it's kind of weird.
Captain, the genetic sequence is still stored in the computer. If we need another sample, the replicator can generate it.
So let's go. So we had blue and yellow, and now we have a green sample. And this is the combined alpha and omega, the beginning and the end.
I officially christen this life form the Gammons.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Whoops.
No, I don't think that's
No,
necessary.
in the slot.
No, I don't think
wrong
that's
slot.
necessary.
There we go.
Well, Jim, it doesn't look like it does anything.
Give it a second, Bones.
Oh, I guess I spoke too soon. It took it in. It looks as if the colony is getting a foothold in there.
Life energy levels are spiking. They're building to a level sufficient for sending out a signal 100 times stronger than the one that brought us here, Captain.
The Gammon sample appears to be thriving in this environment.
Thank you for your hard work. You have fulfilled the design for which we were created. I am authorized to tell you the true nature of this planet and those who brought you here.
So it really was a freaking test just for these guys? That's interesting. Okay.
Thank you, Captain, for your aid in constituting my people and in the unexpected necessary realignment of our communications array. You have performed admirably. Of the 16 stations reporting at this point, there have been 50% fatalities, 30% other failures, and only 20% successes. One group got points for style.
Ooh, points for style.
Is this some sort of game? Not another alien race with a superiority complex. Your appreciation is welcome, but many questions remain unanswered. Who are you?
I am Sisissa, a projection of a synthesis of Azra and Visner. Clearly you know that the primitive life forms you have been dealing with are incapable of creating that in which you now stand. You will also note that the more demonic of the creatures displayed a passivity you did not expect, while the morally pure creature was aggressive and bloodthirsty.
The contradictions were noted and duly dealt
Yeah,
with.
that was right.
I take
Okay,
it you
so
were
they did that on
testing us
purpose.
our ability to deal with disparate and contradictory inputs.
Yes, your reasoning ability was being tested, as well as your ability to adapt to new ideas when they conflict with deeply held beliefs and cultural customs. You passed quite admirably. The Brassica were impressed.
I'm not clear on who the Brassica are.
Captain, from this site, I can deduce various things about the Brassica. They are taller and more slender than we are. They are possessed of 3 fingers and a thumb on each hand. I suppose bilateral symmetry, and I know they possess greater visual acuity than humans. They visited this place well before humans had left the Cro-Magnon stage of development. And I note they have avoided detection by us, and presumably every other race in the universe, before they decided to send out signals to bring us to their bases.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
And more you shall know as you continue on the quest. I wish you luck.
And so the Brassica are finally revealed to us. They are going to be a big part of our, like I talked about, our overarching morality play going forward. Because ultimately we're trying to establish contact with the Brassica. And it will depend on how we perform.
In this case, Bones, a new beginning. We were the midwives for the rebirth of a life form. 2 halves that have been made whole again. That's the way it was meant to be.
Let us hope that this is the end of Ensign John's prejudices.
We can all learn to stop judging people by appearances. Ensign Johns might have done well to remember the biblical representation of Lucifer, appearing in the guise of an angel of light.
You can never trust anybody, and people who look like pointy-eared hobgoblins are definitely at the bottom of the list.
It appears that Dr. McCoy did not learn the lesson of this mission either. Unfortunate, but not unexpected.
Fortunately, the Alphans and the Omegans learned philosophy and personal belief are not as easily divorced from logic as some would believe. We humans attain our greatest fulfillment when both of them are united.
Really, Captain?
Really? But I've had enough philosophy for one day. I'd rather worry about these Brassica and their cosmic quest.
Well, with me aboard, we're sure to get points for style.
Many questions remain unanswered, Captain.
And there's only one way to answer them.
Captain, message from Starfleet.
Bring it up, Lieutenant.
I've reviewed your report from your recent assignment, Captain, and have a few comments. I am very pleased with your performance. It was a perfect mission, Jim. Your reputation as Starfleet's best starship captain is secure. Kane out.
Ahead, Mr. Sulu. Warp Factor 5.
Leaving orbit. Increasing to warp factor 5.
I just noticed that a lot of the planets in this game, they're all the same color. Or at least in the visual, in the cinematic.
Spock, where do you think we should start looking for this? Brassica?
Logic suggests that they will present us with opportunities to come to them.
Captain, a message from Starfleet.
On screen.
Captain, the USS Regulus has been forced to cancel its survey mission to the Antares Rift. We've decided to redirect the Enterprise to that mission. The USS Hood will take over for your current assignment.
Of course, the Antares Rift has a rather dangerous reputation.
Nothing the Enterprise can't handle. But be careful. Starfleet out.
Yeah, usually anything with the word rift in it is not a good thing.
Arming weapons.
Oh yeah, this is a giant nebula. That's cool.
Captain's log, stardate 6257.6. We have entered the Antares Rift and found spatial disruptions in the rift that make using warp engines extremely dangerous. Repairs are almost complete on the minor damage we suffered upon entry into the rift. We are continuing our survey using impulse engines.
My poor babies. Warp engines were meant to be used, Captain.
Communications are back online, Captain.
Deflectors at 93% power and increasing.
Captain, undoubtedly that phenomenon would explain many of the strange disappearances in this sector. Still, with our warp engines deactivated, our computers indicate we will be safe.
Yeah, sure we will. It's been struck by lightning.
Communications Communications are out again, Captain. Is anyone hurt?
If he was human, Mr. Spock's pride might be...
Captain, sensors failed to indicate anything unusual prior to the explosion. I would speculate that it was caused by an extremely unusual rift in the space-time continuum, a place where radically different physical laws apply.
And since it was different space-time, our sensors weren't programmed to detect it.
And it could happen again at any time without warning.
Scotty, what's our status?
Very bad, Captain. Whatever hit the Enterprise hit us right in our own neighborhood. The hull is breached 6 meters from the bridge. Beyond that, the instruments are useless. I can't read or send anything through these controls. We'll need a starbase to make this bridge functional again.
Scotty, how about auxiliary control?
Captain, I cannot determine the status of anything beyond the place where the rupture occurred. The rest of the ship could be dead as far as we know.
Yeah, that'd be pretty frightening situation.
The controls are completely dead.
Status, Mr. Chekhov.
Captain, navigation is not responding. The circuits are as lifeless as a Stalinist.
Ooh, nice. Nice commie rip
I was
there,
barely able to
Chekhov.
reroute the necessary connections last time, Captain. Communications are completely useless now. We may be able to enter codes into the library computer and instruct others to send messages to us.
Captain, I believe I may be able to adjust the sensors to detect these spatial rifts and pilot the Enterprise to avoid them. However, the sensors are too heavily damaged here. I will need to get to auxiliary control as soon as possible if I am to reroute the necessary systems.
Mr. Spock, the bulkheads were breached just outside of the bridge. No one's going to be able to leave the bridge for at least an hour unless they're transported out.
Captain, the library computer is online. Apparently, its circuits were shielded from the explosion. Captain, I have managed to program a message into the library computer. The first time a person accesses the computer, they will read our distress signal. Hopefully, they can code a reply into the computer, which we can access. Captain, the transporters are operational. I request permission to be transported, so I can begin the adjustments to sensors as soon as possible.
Go ahead, Spock.
Ship-to-ship transportation is pretty dangerous, too. Oh, uh-oh.
Spock!
That was not a transport. Hey! What the hell was that? Little tentacle monster. So the Enterprise is probably under attack more than a natural phenomenon.
I can take care of that, Captain. I'm patching your log into the computer. You should have voice messages.
Captain, we've managed to jury-rig an evacuation tube through the bridge turbo lift. We should be able to keep it stable long enough for you to be evacuated.
All right, let's get out of here. So we can try to fix the ship from auxiliary control. The bridge is abandoned. So this is pretty cool. This is one of the rare times that we actually get to pick where we want to go and kind of explore the Enterprise itself versus some random alien world.
Captain's log. After equipping ourselves with tricorders and phasers, we are now searching for a way to find Spock and return him to us. I've determined that the best place to start
Ship's not going to survive much longer if that keeps happening.
Captain, it's a very good thing we took the warp engines offline.
How bad is it, Scotty?
That explosion was 42% stronger than the one that struck near the bridge. Our left warp nacelle is crippled, Captain.
I hope it's not a trend. Keep me posted, Mr. Scott. Kirk out.
Crippled? That's going to take... Wow. They're going to need some serious help here pretty soon.
Deck layout screen.
Oh, yeah. No, we need to go in here and see
Our
what's
highest
going on.
priority is control of the sensors. We must find Spock.
I'll handle it, Captain. Remember, I was a physicist when I first joined the Enterprise.
Ah! Captain, look! Captain, I'm getting a sensor reading on the alien. I'm sure Dr. McCoy will find this data interesting.
Whoa. That alien does not want us hanging out in auxiliary control with it.
Friend likes its privacy.
Okay.
Kirk to Scott. Come in, Scotty.
Captain, I got bad news for you. This rift is affecting the hull of the ship. Our hull integrity is dropping fast.
How bad is it, Scotty?
It's at 92% and dropping rapidly. According to our system specs, if it drops below 63%...
Put as much powers as you can to the shields. Use them to support our hull integrity.
Yeah, we need to reinforce the shields. We're gonna keep the ship from falling apart.
Do it, Scotty. Every minute counts. Kirk out.
Yep. Every minute helps. So we need to go to sickbay and give this information to McCoy. See what he thinks about our tentacle monster friend.
Well, Jim, I leave you alone for 5 minutes and look at the mess you've made. Jim, what is going on out there?
Spock is gone, Bones. He was transporting off the bridge, and then he vanished, and then this alien appeared in auxiliary control.
An alien kidnapped Spock? Why?
I don't know. We managed to get a medical scan.
Jim, this says our invaders are Vurians.
Vurians? But they're extinct. They died out at the time that Cochrane invented the warp drive. They were slaughtered in the Three Systems War.
Jim, I know my history, but I also know my anatomy. The alien in auxiliary control is a Vurian. There's only one strange thing.
What's that?
This creature isn't capable of doing some of the things that you described. It's an ordinary Vurian. No special organs, no unusual brain patterns, nothing that traditionally suggests superhuman feats.
Can you neutralize it, Bones?
Actually, it's a female. And yes, I know of something that can incapacitate it without harming it. A gas mixture. You'll have to pump large quantities into auxiliary control for it to be effective, but it should work almost immediately.
So the Vurians, according to McCoy, they don't have any special telekinetic abilities.
There hasn't been a Vurian in 150 years.
So I need to head back to auxiliary control and see if we can get rid of this this Vurian. Actually, engineering, not for.
Captain, there has been an explosion near the shuttle bay. I'm fine. There has been no significant damage.
Any luck communicating with Starfleet Command?
I have made contact with the light cruiser USS Jefferson, sir. It will reach the edge of Antares Rift in 16 hours. The rift is playing havoc with communications.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Kirk out.
So we're going to engineering, and we're going to use the life support system to pump that gas into auxiliary control.
Captain, let's not be fooling around with the gravity control.
Wrong terminal. I got you, Scotty. I mean, you know, gas, gravity. No, they don't match at all.
I wish Dr. McCoy had given me the specs on that gas injection system. It looks like a rather clumsy fit.
I'll do it, Scotty.
You'd think that Dr. McCoy would have some respect for engineering.
Dr. McCoy doesn't have respect for anything that's not medical related.
Let's see how our alien friend likes Dr. McCoy's medicine.
Probably as much as we do, Hikaru.
Mr. Kyle, can you transport me to auxiliary control?
Aye, sir. But I have to remind you how dangerous intership transporting can be. We've really been pushing our luck today.
I'm aware of that, Mr. Kyle, but we have to take the risk.
Look, something's happening.
Oh, wow. It looked like a phaser blast, but it wasn't.
Everything seems to be working. Library computer, external sensors. Mr. Sulu, see if you can find where the Vurian went. Maybe that will lead us to Spock.
Captain, I'm detecting the Vurian. She seems to have vanished through a rift in space. I have the coordinates of her last known location.
A rift in space. So, let's see here. Let's go back here to the turbo lift. And so now that we've got the coordinates,
Mr.
let's
Kyle,
see if
you have the
we can
coordinates
get
where the
Kyle to
alien
transport
teleported.
us there.
Captain, you're asking me to transport you into another dimension. I may not be able to lock onto you there.
I'm aware of the risk, Mr. Kyle. You have your orders.
Aye, sir.
Energize.
Oh,
Captain's
wow.
personal log. I have transported to many strange places in my day, but beaming into an alien dimension is something entirely unique. Only the extreme risk to my ship and my friend Spock would cause me to take such a drastic risk.
This doesn't look like a nice place to visit.
There's a Vurian. I don't see Spock.
He's got to be around here somewhere.
Vurian looks hurt. But we need to check out these spheres on the ground first.
Now this is strange.
I know it's a little weird, but it's kind of
According
the
to the tricorder,
route we have to go to
everything
get some
around
things
us is organic.
set in motion.
Like minerals to me.
Tricorders don't lie, Pop.
It could be a deception, Captain.
Captain, this stone has a cell structure. It must be organic. It also has a wave signature, indicative of some sort of psionic abilities.
I hope these stones are friendly.
So the stone has psionic abilities? And it's organic, so it's an organic rock, which
Captain, this stone has
means
a
that
cell
everything
structure.
here is probably
It must
grown
be
out of
organic.
something like
It
a life
also
form.
has a wave signature indicative of some sort of psionic abilities.
Captain, this stone has a cell structure. It must be.
I hope these stones are friendly.
Yeah, we don't need to go through that again. It's the same same dialogue. We'll talk to the Vurian, but we're not going to talk to him right now. Let's go back over here because we've got a couple of things to do first. Oh, nice crashed ship. It looks like a potato, but it's actually a pouch, like a leather sack that we'll be able to use to collect some of the rocks where we first came in. And then I think, yep, here's Spock.
Spock, what have they done to you?
Fascinating. Emotional intensity of a previously unknown level. Our link with the savant acts as an amplifier. The more minds in union with him, the greater the level of emotion. And happiness is a powerful emotion.
Spock, do you want this?
Happiness is a human desire, Captain. I am a Vulcan. I want to be free of emotions. This is the antithesis of my desires.
Spock!
Let's see what they've done to him. See if we can help him out a little bit.
I understand, Mr. Chekhov. It is quite logical.
So we're going to put Spock to sleep for a moment so that he can rest and not be overwhelmed by the emotions while we try to figure out the rest of this puzzle. All right, now we're going to go back and yeah, we'll go back to the front because we need to pick up some of those stones now that we have the little pouch. That's how we're going to collect them. They're going to come in handy here in a few minutes for the kind of the grand finale of this episode.
Captain,
don't worry,
may I
we're
suggest we rescue Commander Spock?
We may not have time, Lieutenant. No, I don't think that's necessary.
Oops.
I don't
Come
think
on.
I'll fit in this pouch.
Yeah. Whoops. There we go. Now we need a pouch.
I'll get them, Captain.
Yeah. I know it seems kind of rude that we're like leaving the Vurian just kind of laying there writhing on the ground, but we'll get to them in a few minutes. So their dialogue really doesn't
I
advance
put them in
any
the
of this
pouch
stuff.
we found. Boy, am I getting an odd feeling from these stones.
Now we're going to go back and wake up Spock. There's a lot of back and forth in this episode, but it all kind of makes sense. And there's Kirk kind of struggling to walk like he was in the episode with Trelane. Alright, let's
Captain, I have never seen Mr. Spock look so peaceful. Do not wake him up.
But we need Spock. As much as I know you'd like to leave him laying there, let's wake him up.
I shall try to tell you what I know. The emotions make it difficult to communicate. The creature that has done this is called the Savant. A being of great power that has transformed itself into a creature of living emotion. It can form a link with any creature with psionic abilities, including Vulcans. It taps into latent emotions and amplifies them, using them to increase its emotional stability.
What happens if it gets cut off from you and the Vurian?
It would be alone, but could cope. We enhance its enjoyment, but we are not essential to its survival. We're like a backup system. It relies on us for emotional support, but it could exist without us.
Okay.
I am summoning the Savant. It may be in your best interest to communicate with it, Captain. I recommend you negotiate with Savant to escape this place. I am expendable.
Expendable? Spock, I see that these emotions have given you a sense
No
of
one's
humor.
expendable, Spock.
If we can find a weakness, we might be able to take you with us. What can you... Spock, can you negotiate with the Savant? Spock, we found some very strange stones.
This entire pocket dimension is organic and psionic. In order to maintain the Savant's life force, negative emotions that are suppressed might be absorbed in mineral-like pockets beneath the surface of this dimension.
So the stones contain negative emotions, which is probably what the Savant uses to avoid negative emotions. Transfers those feelings into organic materials, kind of sheds them like a skin.
I wish you and all entities nothing but joy.
Who are you?
It's kind of creepy, like the
eons ago, I
like
was
God
akin to
from
you,
the Final
creature of
Frontier
flesh
movie.
and pain. But I released myself from these bonds and became an entity of pure emotion. And I came to this place to find a shelter from the cares of the universe. Captain, you misunderstand me. It is not my will to bring harm to any creature. I have taken two creatures that are without the most important thing in existence, joy, and given it to them in infinite variety and abundance. The Vurian was filled with despair at the death of her race. She was overwhelmed by sorrow and grief. I have healed her of these afflictions forever. As for the Vulcan, he has been conditioned to deny his emotions. I am bringing him in contact with a part of himself that will enhance his life. It is a gift of love.
You have no right to inflict emotions on any being, Get a life. Love? Spock doesn't want your gift. He doesn't need your gift. Release him and let us return to our ship.
I will
You
not
can't just
punish the
experience
Vulcan
positive
by releasing
emotions.
him.
That's unhealthy.
However, I have become aware of the danger that your ship is in. I have the power to make certain it will come to no harm. If you agree to leave now and never return.
Punish him? I'm not sorry, but without my science officer, I must decline your generous offer.
I admire your sense of loyalty. Unfortunately, I cannot extend the lives of creatures that I am not in contact with. However, I can provide you with comforts and needs
through the long years you will spend at your comrade's side before you die. I fear you may find it dull, but I will do my best to sustain you.
Jeez. So basically he's saying that we're going to be stuck here. Let's go back over here and see if we can talk to the Vurian. Because we got Spock's side, and the Savant just wants us all to be happy all the time. But, yeah, that's not healthy at all. Let's see what the Vurian
Greetings,
says.
Lord Kirk. I am Iminata. I regret the discomfort that I put you through on your ship. I wish only to preserve my joy by serving the Savant.
Are you willing to help me, Eminata?
Through the Savant, I know your desires. Why should I help release the poor Vulcan into a life of misery?
Because I need him to save the lives of over 400 people on the ship. Because Spock does not want artificial joy. Because I need him to save the lives of over 400 people.
Yeah, we need him to help us save lives.
Very well, Captain. I will help you.
No, just like that. Savant, the Vurian is going to help
You have met
us.
the Savant. Now you realize the true power of this place.
How did you come to be here? You agreed to help us.
Yeah. Let's go with yes. Well,
what were you doing on my ship? How did you come to be here? You agreed to help us.
Yeah,
You have already met the Savant, and he remains unmoved. I am taking the emotions in your mind and broadcasting them to him. Your concern for your ship, your love for your comrade. He regrets your feelings, but his purpose is unchanged.
He's very selfish. They're addicted to joy, basically. A life without some kind of a variety and diversity of emotions would be extremely boring. So we're gonna throw this bag of negative emotions into him. Have that.
Fortunately, I am not alone in bliss. Do not use such a tactic again on me. I warn you. What is this? What am I feeling? What have you done?
What's the matter, Savant? Not feeling those good vibrations? Life isn't all happiness and joy. It's time you
Yeah,
experienced
you
a
need a reality
check.
check, buddy.
No. I have spent millions of years trying to escape the anguish. Misery is the destroyer of worthy souls, Captain, and you are destroying me.
I'm not destroying you. Your own unwillingness to respect others is destroying you.
Am I really such a monster that I deserve such pain?
Yeah, because you don't respect other people's
Everyone
wishes.
may have different goals, different ideals than you, and you have the right to pursue them. You need to respect their free will, even if it makes them miserable.
You do not understand me, Captain, but I am in no mood to argue. You and your scientist may be freed. Enjoy your universe, Captain Kirk.
And just like that, we've been set free of the Antares Rift. And everybody's
Captain's
back
log,
with
We
us.
are out of the Antares Rift and are on our way to Starbase 8, where the Enterprise has extensive repairs scheduled. All crew members, including First Officer Spock, are safely aboard.
So, Spock, you mean you had an eternity of pure enjoyment and you gave it up?
Affirmative, Doctor.
That has to be the most illogical thing I've ever heard. Humans spend their entire lifetime dreaming of an eternity of pleasure.
As do animals in the field. Perhaps humans are meant to be better than that. Perhaps we should dream of greatness, not simple gratification.
Greatness is a term subject to individual interpretation, Captain. The Savant viewed the pursuit of greatness as useless, because all great deeds and accomplishments are destined to be forgotten in cosmic terms.
A cosmic being thinks in cosmic terms, Spock. But somehow that philosophy overlooks a lot of life's little pleasures. There's just one thing that bothers me about the whole thing.
Really, Doctor?
Spock finally got to enjoy himself, and I wasn't there to see it. Now that's something worth remembering.
Message from Starfleet
nice.
Command.
On screen.
I've reviewed your report from your recent assignment, Captain, and have a few comments. I am very pleased with your performance.
Another
It was a
perfect mission in the
mission,
books.
Jim. Your
We are moving right
reputation
along.
as Starfleet's best starship captain is secure. Kane out.
How long until we reach Nova Atar, Ensign?
About 23 hours, Captain.
22 hours, 53 minutes, and 17 seconds to be precise.
Spock, there's no need to be precise. We're going on shore leave. Rest, relaxation, no calls from Starfleet.
Yeah, sure. No calls from Starfleet.
Captain, we have a message
Yeah,
coming in
too
from
early,
Admiral
huh?
Richards at Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
Hello, Jim. I know you're going on shore leave, but
What is it, Chris?
since you're going there anyway, and it's only a small favor,
Favor?
I don't want to inconvenience you, but
Fine, you have it. What would you like me to do?
we recently discovered that one of the exhibits in the Smithsonian Annex at Nova Atar is of great historical significance to the Serenzi, an influential family from planet Lakian. The museum is going to have a small ceremony to return the item. The Federation planned to send a representative, but, well, she couldn't make it. Since you'll be in the neighborhood, well, no dress uniforms. All you have to do is smile and shake hands.
Smile, shake hands. It would be my pleasure, Admiral. My chief engineer had already promised to show me around. We'll be there.
Thanks, Jim. I owe you one. Check your data files for details. Oh, one more thing, Jim. Due to the security concerns, you won't be allowed to bring any electronic equipment with you. Richard's out.
Now, I was saying...
Captain, do we really have to stand around and listen to speeches from a bunch of politicians?
It won't be all bad, Scotty. The curator's a major cognac producer, and he asked us to show up early to thank us for our support.
Captain, it'd be rude to keep a man like the curator waiting, what with an important diplomatic function to prepare for.
That's the cognac that Chekhov claimed his people created earlier, and they were making fun of him. So, get to see. All right, let's go and check out the museum.
We've arrived at Nova Atar, Captain.
Bring us into standard orbit, Mr. Sewell.
Aye, Captain.
And let's see here. Yep. Nothing really to go on. I guess we'll get ourselves down to the planet and get started.
Captain Kirk, good to meet you. I am Boris Brezhnev, curator of the museum. Everyone is buzzing about visitors from the Enterprise. A real feather in my cap.
The pleasure is ours, sir. This is my chief engineer, Mr. Scott, and Ensign Chekhov, our navigator.
Most pleased to meet you both. Chekhov, a fine name. I'm certain you will be interested in sampling the Kazakhstani cognac, distilled and blended by my family. In fact, I will later show you my most prized possession, a bottle of our finest vintage, aged 40 years from our very first pressing.
But isn't cognac French?
Originally, Mr. Scott. But before my ancestors came to settle this planet, they went to Cognac and purchased cuttings, brought them here, and made enhancements. You could say we reinvented Cognac.
See?
I do not wish to be rude, but you gentlemen are a bit early, and I must see to making certain the cleaning crews are finished working. Please, feel free to look about a bit. I will page you later, and maybe you will join me in a small toast before the ceremonies? Yes?
It would be our pleasure, curator.
I told you we invented it.
Maybe we were a little hard on you, laddie.
Never doubted you for a second, Mr. Chekhov. Now let's take advantage of this time and look around.
Of course, everyone doubted him. Oh, all right. So the way this one works is you can go through the museum here, and we can look at all of these artifacts. And each one of these artifacts has kind of like a little narration with it. We're not going to do that, though. We're going to kind of skip to the front and get the actual story started. So if you try to go through this door, we'll get a page here, and we'll get started with the actual events in the museum.
Captain Kirk and party, please report to the curator's office, please. Captain Kirk and party, please report to the curator's office.
I hope you enjoyed your tour, gentlemen. Please join me. Would you mind if the first toast with the Kazakhstanian was to the Enterprise?
Curator, why isn't that Brezhnev cognac?
For heaven's sakes, Chekhov, don't interrupt a man on the verge of toasting the best ship in the fleet with the finest cognac on this side of the galaxy.
My apologies.
questions later, then. The toast. Here's to the Starship Enterprise. What could this be?
A conspiracy, if you ask me, Captain.
Let me
It's a
pull this up on
conspiracy
screen.
for Scott not to get anything to drink. Now we've got terrorists.
They've destroyed my camera. Well, let's see how they deal with our other security systems.
Well, that worked out really well. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to steal his extremely expensive bottle of cognac.
I do too, Scotty, but it's always surprising what you need in an emergency.
Especially a bottle of cognac. And we're going to steal this lance.
Shows somewhere.
And now we're carrying a lance, and you just can't see it, though. And he's
This
probably
is a
going to
very
stuff the silver tray
expensive
down his
silver
shirt
tray.
like he did the chalkboard earlier. I'm going to try to get out of the office. There's a button under
This is
the
helpful.
desk here.
There's a button under the edge of the desk when the curator wants to open the door. No, I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Chekhov, see if you can wedge that knight under the door.
Yes, Captain.
There, that should hold the door open.
Security lockdown is in effect. Please enter access code.
The access code is VVSOP2123. It's the same for every door in the museum.
Security authorization. Access denied.
It appears that the terrorists do not want
You can actually find the code underneath the bottle of cognac, or you can just remember it from playing the game quite a bit over the years.
When you were in school, did you ever make a tennis ball cannon?
Of course, Mr. Scott. It's a dormitory tradition. Empty cans, tape, and a little propellant. If I remember my formula, but what's that got to do with our situation?
I was standing here looking at the cannon and thought maybe we could use the same idea to get through that wee door.
We're going to knock down the door with a tennis ball?
I'm sure Scotty had something else in mind. You did, didn't you, Mr. Scott?
Aye, Captain. In an engineering dorm, that's for freshmen only. As you move along, you get into bigger and better versions.
We'll use a big tennis ball?
No, laddie. I was thinking, since we cannot fix the phaser here, maybe we could build some sort of mass driver. The capacitors on the cannon can discharge a lot of power in a short burst.
Oh, I remember. Using magnetic fields to propel an object faster and faster.
Don't say it, laddie. You didn't invent them.
Of course not. I was going to say we will need an iron tennis ball.
Iron tennis ball. So now we
This
get
is
to
a bit
build
beyond me,
something really cool.
This is not exact.
I think, yeah, Spock. Or not Spock, but Scotty.
The two capacitors in here would be perfect for handling the large power discharge we're going to need, Captain. So I've pulled the beasties out of the cannon.
Thought I could also use Chekhov to do that, but I guess not. And so this can be a little cumbersome.
The capacitor should charge very quickly.
But we're going to put the capacitors here on the table, and they should charge up. Sometimes they can take a while, but then other times they'll just like start charging pretty quickly. So we'll wait here a moment. Let's see if they charge up. In the meantime, Scotty's got to go over here and pull some hardware off of this computer.
Well, it's not like anyone's likely to be using this monstrosity soon, so I pulled out the only things we might be able to use. It's not much, only some heat-resistant wiring and a cable.
There we go. There's 1 and 2. All right.
Chekhov takes the Chekhov
Yeah, I
takes
don't
the
need the narrator to tell me that he picked up the
Security
capacitor.
lockdown is in effect. Security lock deactivated.
The magnetic clamps will be just the thing, Captain.
Start this little robot up, and it kind of does a little dance. You think it's going to get up and actually do something, but unfortunately it just explodes.
That has to be one of the most useless robots I've ever seen.
Badly designed, Captain.
It's not going to help us, is it?
Only in a dance contest, Mr.
Only
Chekhov.
in a dance contest. Let's get the let's pick up the capacitor.
You take the capacitor out of the robot.
There's no way anyone could fix this piece of junk, no matter how much time was available. But I did get some wires that may be helpful.
And we've got quite a little collection of engineering materials that should be able to help us out. So we're going to go back into the main part here, and we're going to place a lot of all the materials that we've collected on the table, and we're going to build basically a cannon on this table.
Should charge very quickly.
Yeah, we need to recharge the capacitor that got taken out. Good. So we got the brackets first.
We'll still have to wire them up, Captain.
Wiring.
That's going to be the real job. Captain, I'll need a little help positioning the clamps correctly while wiring them. Captain, push harder. I'll need these tighter to get more power.
I'm giving it all I got, Scotty.
Then we will place the lance. That is going to be our iron tennis ball.
One projectile ready to go, Captain.
And then we will hook up one more wire so that we can actually use the thing.
We are hooked up here, Captain.
Using the control panel on the back here.
Chekhov takes the capacitor.
Let's see here. I think I need the capacitors on there, but I'm not sure. Let's try it.
Need to have a power
yeah,
storage
we'll have to put the
source before we
capacitors
can
back
do
on there.
anything else. There's not enough power yet.
Oh,
We'll
it needs
need
both of
another
them.
capacitor.
Okay. Because I know that it's going to damage. It's going to damage a lot of stuff, but I think there's another way to recharge them.
Thank you, Captain. This will be just
Here
like
we go.
old times.
It's
School must
fire our tennis ball gun with our iron tennis ball at the doorway. One of those rare moments we get to make a big mess and get points for it.
Chekhov takes the capacitor.
We have damaged so much stuff in this
Chekhov.
museum, it's not even funny. Alright, so let's go through here. And we have absolutely wrecked this museum. There's so many artifacts just been crushed.
It probably wouldn't hurt anything to take one crystal. It's just a display after all. This one looks good.
Now we're going to use the capacitor to activate this little robot here. Kind of looks like a cat.
There's only a wee bit of juice in this capacitor, but I think it'll be enough to power up the robot. It's a tight squeeze, Captain. I don't think we'll be able to get it back out once it's in. Should I go ahead and do it?
We could use the
Yeah,
help.
let's
Mr.
go
Scott.
ahead and
Energize the robot.
start up the robot, Scotty.
Barney, open the pod bay door.
Of course, Scotty, I can do that. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to put a couple of pieces, including the silver tray and the wiring that we found, so that we can recharge what's left of the capacitors, because we still need them for other things.
That fusion reactor always scares people enough that they forget the backup cell. It's dry now. You'd need to wet this beauty down and get a catalyst in her. It's a good thing to build in so much flexibility. The silver isn't a bad catalyst and will act as a contact too. I hate to see a sweet liquid used for something other than
Can't just spill the cognac.
But at least
that's going to break his heart for the rest of the mission, I'm sure. And now we're going to charge the capacitor up. It should take a few minutes.
All hooked up and charging, Captain.
There we go. We're going to need that for our next little bit.
All ready to go, Captain.
And this is one of those things where, you know, again, the morality play. We had the option to go in here and use our phasers to attack the terrorists, but we're going to use a different tactic. Kind of the same tactic that we used with Trelane and the...
we made a bit of a mess here, didn't we?
Yeah, we made a little bit of a mess, Kirk. Thanks. We're going to use this machine down here in the corner to actually communicate with the terrorists and talk to them, see if we can
this reminds me of
talk
the time
them out
when
of
I
what
was a
they're
boy
doing.
working on my first electronics project. I built one of those old crystal radios. With luck, we'll be able to get this transmitter working. It's been a while, but I think that will work.
I rigged up an isolated piece of frame in there as one conducting plate and the tray as the other. It's not the best solution, but it's the best I can do here.
And then we're just going to need to power the thing, and we can start communicating.
All hooked in, Captain.
I like how Barney's just kind of floating there, hanging out with us like a companion. All right, let's make a phone call.
Well, let's see how well this works. Kirk to Enterprise. Kirk to Enterprise. Enterprise, come in.
Who is this?
This is Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. Who are you? Whoever you are, call for help. This is Captain Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. I'm in the Smithsonian Museum, where hostages are being held.
How interesting. I'm in the Smithsonian Museum holding hostages.
Who am I talking to?
You kind of give them points for having a sense of humor.
I've never heard of the On-Account family.
It's no surprise you haven't heard of us, even though we're one of the largest and oldest families on Lockean. Just shows how much the Federation believes the lies the Soransi pass along.
The Soransi are your enemies? I find it unlikely the Federation will take sides.
If the Federation isn't backing the Soransi, how do you explain a ceremony giving the Soransi the Quelke? Obviously, the Federation believes their
The
lies.
Federation always picks sides. That's
You mean the probe?
It is more
that's a
than just
naive
probe
position to
us.
take.
The Quelke discovered Lockean generations ago. The entire race owes its existence to the Quelke.
I knew it had great significance. I just didn't know there was anyone else involved.
The Soransi presently have control of the communication facilities. They've been restricting access to make their positions seem more powerful.
So you feel you have a legitimate claim on the Kelki?
We have as much claim to that probe as anyone.
It sounds like you have a legitimate grievance. Does the Soransi also have a right to the Kelki?
Of course they do, but no more than we have.
Then this situation should be looked into more closely by the Federation. We're here with the best intentions. You want peace? We want peace.
Is that an offer?
That's a guarantee.
Then we have a deal. We will turn off the security override and give ourselves up. And trust the word of Captain Kirk.
Oh, and just like that, without firing a shot, we got him to give up.
Mr. Chekhov, have Dr. McCoy beam down to make sure the curator and guards are all right. Mr. Scott, lower the museum's shields and have a security team beamed aboard. Captain's log supplement. The terrorists had already turned off the security override. After putting the 3 Onicons in custody, it was decided that the probe would not be returned to the Saransi. Federation mediators will visit Lakian to assist in the negotiations on the fate of this artifact. The fact that they gave up voluntarily when they could have possibly escaped and injured no one certainly made points for the Onicon's claim. Curator Brezhnev was treated by Dr. McCoy and is in good health. Commendations are in order for Scott and Chekhov for meritorious service. Lieutenant Uhura, send a message to Admiral Richards. Tell him he owes me more than he thinks he
sure does.
Aye, sir. I have a feeling he's not going to be surprised.
I'm afraid I'm going to remember this mission with a great deal of sadness, Captain.
Why is that, Mr. Scott?
It was such a fine cognac, Captain. It was just waiting for us, and now it's gone forever. Such a waste. You always remember the one that got away.
Sure, Scott.
At least it helped save your life, Scotty.
I see they got our report. On screen.
I have reviewed your report from your recent assignment, Captain, and have a few comments. The top brass at Starfleet are impressed with the
Oh,
results
so we
of
didn't
your
get a
recent
perfect
performance.
mission with this one?
Outstanding work,
Oh,
Jim.
it's probably because we broke so many things.
Kane out.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just take the, it's sort of a win, but not. All right. So we're going to go through this one. I'm not a big fan of this one, but it's okay. You'll see what I mean.
Supplies to outposts near Klingon and Romulan space, we received a distress signal from the Romulan neutral zone.
On screen, Captain.
This is Sub-Commander Guyon of the Warbird Infinitus. We are under attack. Assist us, please.
Transmission jammed at the source, sir. The transmission originated on the Romulan side of the neutral zone.
Captain, this could be a setup. The Romulans might be trying to lure us into a treaty violation.
We can't interfere in Romulan business. Take us to our next mission.
Well, they're calling for help, so we've got it on record. They called us for help if something comes up, and
Set
we're
course
called
Warp
out
Factor
for
8.
breaking the treaty.
I'm not going to ignore a distress call, even if it is.
Yeah, so let's go figure out what's going on.
Captain's log supplemental. In answer to a distress signal, we are crossing the Romulan neutral zone in violation of treaty. We are approaching the source of the distress signal.
We are now entering the Romulan neutral zone.
Raising shields. Arming weapons.
Captain, a Romulan warbird is approaching toward us on an intercept course.
Hail it, Uber.
I have an audio response only.
So, now it is the Federation that tries to stop me from winning my prize.
Romulan ship is approaching on an attack vector.
All right, let's attack the Romulans. Ooh, even though they're cloaked, we got a couple of good shots on them. We still don't know what's going on, but at least we get to fight a warbird. That warbird is doing nowhere near as much damage. Oh, wow. That thing took almost no damage. It was so much easier to destroy than Trollane's triplane.
Are on an intercept course.
Uh-oh,
We're
4
being hailed.
warbirds.
The commander wishes visual contact.
On screen.
This is Commander Starius of the Invictus.
Commander, we were responding.
Explanations are unnecessary, Captain. We thank you for your humanitarian response to the Infinitus distress signal, and we recognize that you destroyed the rogue warbird in self-defense. We will overlook violations of treaty this time.
How kind of you.
Captain, we have discovered a mutual threat, a race of beings that seems determined to manipulate a wide variety of life forms that call themselves the Brassica. If you have encountered them, it may be in both of our interests to exchange information.
Spock, transmit all we know about the Brassica.
Yeah, we're not going to tell the
I've heard
Romulans
name,
about
but
the
we know next to
Brassica.
nothing about them. I don't think we can help you.
Perhaps if you come across this information, we can share it. Please leave Romulan space as quickly as possible. The longer you stay, the more difficult it becomes to ignore this incident.
Understood, helmsman. Set course for Federation space. This day is not going well.
Captain, we have an emergency message from Starfleet. Code 1.
That's a planetary catastrophe.
On screen.
Captain, a very large alien ship is about to land on the planet Atipus in the Klingon neutral zone. The aliens stated that they intend to land in the midst of the capital city. Then the ship cut communications with us. Since then, all attempts to contact the alien craft have failed. You are the closest starship to Atipus. We want you to evaluate the situation and safeguard the colonists. We need you to make contact with the aliens.
All right, so we're going to go, and this is the sequence that starts kind of the final part of the game. Even though there's 2 episodes left, it all kind of flows into each other. So, it's...
Alien ship in sensor range. I detect one Klingon battlecruiser on a parallel course.
The Klingon commander is hailing us.
On screen.
Greetings, Enterprise. Welcome to Atipus. I am Captain Kla.
What are you doing here?
I don't know if we want to be so pointed about it.
And I am Captain Kirk. Greetings yourself.
Greetings yourself there, Captain Claw.
Captain. I wish to inform you that we mean the colonists no harm. You have my word that I intend to take no action against them. As you know, this is neutral space. I have as much right to be here as you. If you do not question this right, I believe that we are capable of bridging any misunderstandings that might arise in this delicate situation. I have always admired the Federation's diplomatic abilities. I believe we both have more important matters on our minds. Until later, Captain.
Well, it never rains, but pours. Mr. Sulu, take us into a parallel course with the alien ship.
Oh, we actually met a sensible Klingon captain. This should be interesting.
Lowering shields, Captain.
Disarming weapons.
We're beaming aboard the alien vessel. Have Dr. McCoy meet us in the transporter room. Spock, come with me. Lieutenant Uhura, if its communication system is malfunctioning, then we'll need you.
Yes, Captain.
Mr. Scott, you have the con.
Uhura gets her away team debut. Nice. That officially means that all of the crew members have had some kind of interactive part in this game. And it looks like we've beamed onto a ship that is basically a floating asylum. So there's some interesting characters here. But first we got to start by going over here. You can have an extensive conversation with the kid that's rocking back and forth here, but it's not really necessary to get through here. Let's go talk to Tusken.
Recognize you, you strangers! Rakaback, Gormagon, you recognize these people?
No, Tusken, we sure don't.
Keep them away. Keep them away from me. They'll hurt us. They're out to get us, I tell you. Have I ever been wrong?
No, Tusken, you kept us safe, and we keep you safe. We won't let them get you.
You people don't want to come any closer. Honest, I don't want to have to hurt any of you. It's just that Tusken won't like it. I hope you don't mind, but you really have got to stay back.
Protect me. They're after me.
We'll hurt you, so just stay back.
We really don't want to hurt you, you know, but you gotta stay back.
The Barbarian brothers protecting
the tricorder
crazy guy.
Me that the Klingon boarding crew has just beamed into the adjacent room, Captain.
You are Kirk. I am Kla, captain of the Paul-Ya. This is my aide.
These Klingons are so innovative in their introductions.
Shh. I'm Captain James T. Kirk, commanding the USS Enterprise. These are my crew, Science Officer Spock, Lieutenant Uhura, and Dr. McCoy. What can I do for you, Captain Clark?
You can avoid interfering with me or my man as we look around the ship, the same as you. And with the same air of mutual goodwill, we will avoid interfering with your activities. unless we have cause to think your actions in some way threaten us or the Empire we represent.
We do not threaten the Klingon Empire, Captain Klar, nor its legitimate representatives.
Then there will be no difficulties between us, will there? We will leave you to your investigations now and carry on our own. You won't mind if we're in the room, will you?
We'd consider it a mark of our mutual respect, Captain, if you don't get in our way and we won't get in yours.
That's right. The Klingons are going to keep popping up too. We'll just have to deal with them as they come.
This
In the meantime,
is my
let's play
greatest
some
game
chess.
ever. In fact, I'll give you this bear if you can beat me.
A complex situation. However,
Check and mate.
and mate.
How'd you do that?
He cheated you, brother. He must have cheated you.
No, that's a legal move. Here, take the bear. I promised, and I do what I say.
I'm not sure we'll take the bear.
It's a dumb game. That's what I think of this game.
Now, Rackaback's not a nice guy. Quit breaking the chessboard, Rack. Ugh.
I think it's a dumb game. That's what I think of this game.
And we're going to go back over here because there is a guy that we need to have a chat with. And the bear's going to come in handy, but Uhura is actually going to get to show herself here pretty soon in some of her communication skills.
What a noble-looking woman. You have my permission to speak.
Well, why didn't you say anything?
You
There we
stand out remarkably, bearing yourself like a queen. Yet these Carls do not treat you as royalty. Surely you have royal blood flowing in your veins?
Bloodlines do not dictate who we listen to. We weigh a person's worth by their actions. My leader here is Captain Kirk, an admirable man. Speak with him.
That seems like the reasonable thing to say, but we're trying to show some
We
authority,
may
so
speak as peers, you and I.
yeah, we'll go with that one.
Oh, I am so glad to find another of royal blood. I am so tired of sitting here all the time, but whenever I leave, thralls and lesser folk plant their fundaments on the great throne, and that's just not acceptable. I know you'll mind the proprieties and not let anyone else sit on the throne. And now, I'll finally be able to go and get some rest.
So we just got to make sure nobody sits in his chair. We're going to give the bear to this guy. And he's going to give us his blocks in return, which are going to come in very handy.
Nice. You get blocks now?
He gathers together the blocks and gives them out to you.
So, and then we're going to hit this little switch here. And for some reason, that switch makes the light box pop open so that we can steal one of the light bars from inside of it.
You manage to untwist a length of wire and a light bar.
We are just here to look around, Captain. I'm sure you don't mind.
Would it matter if we did?
Your doctor's discourtesy, though indirect, does no credit to your party, Captain Kirk. I would have expected better when we have done nothing to warrant rudeness.
We need not interfere with one another's activities, I think.
Oh, don't worry, Klar, because Bones gives out rudeness to everyone regardless of whether they deserve it or not.
Effect.
We gotta take... Yeah, so we gotta take this container
The
off.
feeder hose comes free and a mechanism pulls it out of the way. But a terrible stench rises out of the container, smelling like many things died in there long ago.
Well, yeah, the
No
plant's
effect.
dead inside of the vase.
No effect. No effect.
Okay. So we're going to place the container on the table here.
The nutrient broth in this container has become contaminated. It should be disinfected before the container can be reused.
And so to disinfect it, we need to use a phaser. Take our killer phaser and shoot the one thing that doesn't get vaporized by it.
The container heats up rapidly and foul-smelling smoke pours out of the small opening on the top.
This container must be refilled with nutrient broth before it is replaced for use.
Two feeder hoses roll out on wired mechanisms and insert into the container. From one flows a clear liquid nearly filling the container. The other hose just makes burping noises.
So that hose is broken. So we're going to use the blocks to make up for the hose that doesn't work.
Through the opening, splashing as they plunge into the liquid. The container heats up slowly and the sound of bubbling echoes from inside. You stop and the container quickly cools.
I think that did it, Captain.
You take the
So it doesn't really say what we're doing here, but what we are doing is we're repairing the container of nutrient broth so that we can get some food to sprout on this vine.
Rides out on some mechanism and reattaches to the newly filled container. You hear gurgling and see the nutrient broth begin swirling through the liquid medium. The dying plants seem to perk up before your very eyes.
Yeah, because we need food. We need the plants to sprout fruit for a later part in the episode.
Captain, we have just been thoroughly and efficiently scanned.
Please identify yourself. You haven't been in to see me before, have you?
I'm Captain James T. Kirk, commanding the USS Enterprise. These others are my crew. Science Officer Spock, Lieutenant Uhura, and Dr. McCoy. Who are you?
We are the Fays. Did not your parents speak of me?
Captain, note that it identifies itself only erratically in the singular I, and a blend of voices typifies its communication.
Are you suggesting it is a hive mind, Mr. Spock? Or is the voice synthesizer simply programmed for a harmonic chord of voices?
Inconclusive. It may also be that an array of otherwise independent machines have been linked to provide the requisite computing power. Although that is an antique and unsophisticated method of achieving this level of intelligence, at odds with the overall level of sophistication and evidence. I suggest we pay close attention to both its actions and its words.
Fays, why would our parents have spoken of you?
I am here to care for all of you, Kirk. It is easier for me to care for you when you are younger, but sometimes one's parents are forgetful. We understand. I will care for you now. You will feel better after you eat.
Great. A food-fixating mothering computer.
It could in fact be very much that.
Fays, you're about to land on a planet inhabited by sentients in the middle of a settlement. If you are in control of this vessel, you must stop. You must not land there.
You will feel better after you eat, dear. Run along now. I'm very busy.
She doesn't want to talk. She just wants to offer us food. It looks like this room has been broken up.
She's cataleptic, Jim. Completely submerged within her mind. Completely withdrawn from external stimuli. If I were to put her arm up in the air, it would stay there until I moved it back down.
Psychological damage or something physical?
I can't be sure even with rather extensive tests, but from the tricorder readings, I would say some psychological shock ruptured an inherently fragile cognitive structure. In ancient times, they would have said she was skittish or prone to a nervous breakdown or weak-minded. There are a myriad of childhood developmental blind alleys that might restrict her adult pattern creation representation
Bone, stop. You're starting to sound like Spock.
You do not have to be insulted, Captain.
Poor Spock.
Are you suggesting I attempt a bulk?
Yeah, let's see if we can do a mind meld.
It does seem
Since
an
she's
appropriate effort.
stuck in her mind.
It will take
See what
me
we
a
can
moment
find
to
out.
prepare myself. Doctor, please monitor her life signs. The procedure does entail some risk.
Not only to her, but to you too. Am I right?
I assure you, Doctor, I will retain sufficient distance to avoid being dragged into something from which I cannot withdraw.
Go ahead now, Spock.
And this is a pretty extensive dialogue piece here, so we'll just kind of sit back and watch.
I am the one who reads it all. I do not understand. I try. I read it all. So many ideas. Always jumbled, though. Cannot make sense of. Puzzlewit wants to know. Hope to discover why why I cannot. I try to remember it all. Then Tusken comes in. He destroys me. My hopes, all broken, all shattered. Ow. I'm broken in countless pieces.
Doctor?
No physical injuries, Captain. Not to him or to her.
Tusken's scared of me. Scared. For no reason. He thinks I know. I know, but I don't know. I don't understand. Nothing connects to anything else. I want to know it all. Hope then I'll understand. He thinks I'll hurt him. I don't hurt anybody. I just want to know more. Now, I only know what I know. Never know what Puzzlewit doesn't know anymore.
What's going on here, Kirk?
We are trying to help this woman, Captain Clark. Be quiet, or you'll put her and my science officer both at considerable risk.
He's trying to make a mental slave of the alien, Captain. She could tell him the secrets of this ship, of its transit through the Klingon Empire. Stop him!
We'll listen in a moment. I wouldn't have a representative of the Federation damaged or rendering assistance.
Puzzlewit remembers everything she reads. Subject. Screen laminates. Reflective. Subject to autotrophic bonding with molybdenized nitrous oxides in the presence of cyanodephosphortrihydrous gases. Subject. Wiring systems. Auxiliary to cryptolog.
Does Puzzlewit remember this ship passing through Klingon space, perhaps?
All the paralenses were copied prior to liftoff. No new encryption was permitted. We could only read, not write to them.
That's stellar ejector, Captain. Why would a computer terminal permit read-only interface, I ask you?
The builders didn't trust us. Didn't think we would be capable. We were damaged. Now, the reader is damaged. It's broken like Puzzlewit. Like us all. Like Tusken. The paralens can't be replaced. The reader can't be fixed. Puzzlewit can't be fixed. Nothing to read now. Nothing new to learn, to remember. Stupid. Like Tuscan now.
This whole thing is stupid, if you ask me.
Anything but stupid, in fact. Captain Kirk, the library this woman read has been recorded entirely in her mind, although she lacks the ability to understand it or even to recall it in an orderly manner. She believed if she could fill up her mind, acquire enough knowledge, understanding would come. Now her personality is withdrawing, refusing to accept the loss of everything she has not yet been able to read. She pinned all her hopes on this, and without it, she may lose the will to live.
Do you know everything she knows now?
No, Captain Clara, I do not. This race has very unusual mind patterns, and I am fortunate she was in as passive a state as she is mentally. It is very likely I would have been hurt were she less withdrawn to begin with. Moreover, the knowledge she does possess is a very peculiar admixture, reflecting this society's uneven level of advancement. Archaisms and startling breakthroughs coexist.
So there is much to be learned from this woman, and from this ship.
Knowledge the Federation would gladly share with friends, Captain Clark.
Let nothing happen to this alien woman, Captain. If she should die, I would take it as an indication that you would sooner let her perish than share her special knowledge with the Klingon Empire.
Captain Clark, if I took her aboard the Enterprise, I might be able to help her.
I would have expected such treachery from the likes of you. You'll start an interstellar incident like this.
I thought some of the folks on board this ship were paranoids.
Gentlemen. Captain Clark, we don't want this woman to die any more than you do. Not because we want to milk her brain dry, but because she's an important being in her own right. Just as important to the universe as, well, as your companion here. Maybe more so. Dr. McCoy will do what he can.
That's a great way to insult the aide.
All I would expect. Goodbye for now, Captain. Expect to see us again.
Let's see here. So at this point, we know we have a food-obsessed mothering computer that's running things and kind of taking care of the crew. We need to go over here. Now, we could have had a conversation with this woman earlier, but it's one of those things, just like the rocking kid. It's not really necessary. She's sad because the food is not really good. The plants aren't producing fruit, which is one of the reasons that we fixed the fruit. But this time we're gonna take
lights blink and a
the prepackaged food out of the dispenser because we're gonna need it. She's gonna help us to take care of Tuscan, the guy with the crazy hair who thinks that everybody's out to get him.
Is light and compact.
Oh, and the food hasn't...
Jim, we don't have time for that now.
No, the food hasn't appeared yet. So it's a simple fix for this. All you got to do is go out of the room and then come back, and the food should have spawned.
Welcome back. Are you feeling better?
Yeah, we're not talking to you right now. There we go. We've got fruit. So I'm going to take the fruit.
The red fruit comes free easily, dropping into your hand like it belongs there.
And the fruit is permanent, so if we need more fruit, we'll be able to come back and get some. But right now, welcome back, Clar. He's gonna follow us around. So at this point, we're gonna take the fruit, and we're gonna go back. Well, I really didn't mean to go this way again.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Welcome back.
No.
A female of middle age is seated against...
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I thought I could give her fruit, but I guess not. So we'll go back, and so the fruit I thought went to her, but And actually, we'll give it to this lady.
You got the plants to give fruit again, and I'd given up. Oh, I'm so happy. But I don't want to eat this. My son loves fruit, can't get enough, and I want him to have this. Please take it to him. He should be playing in the sleeping hall. I've warned him about not talking to strangers, but it's all right if you do so. You can tell him I said it was okay.
So her son is the kid who's rocking back and forth here in the sleeping area. He's a pretty nice kid.
This is for me? Wow, thank you. Mom would really be happy. She has been so sad about not being able to give me what I like to eat. Even though I told her it was okay, she was really, really sad. Now she'll be really happy. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. Who are you?
I'm Stan Bob. Did my mom say I could talk to you?
Why, yes, she did. What
Well, I
can
mean,
you
we
tell
just
us
gave you
about things
food,
going
so
on?
you would think that
There's
she'd let you talk to
nothing
us.
much to tell. We sleep here when we're tired. I play here because I can't play in the playroom over there. Tuscan and his friends don't like me in there. I get hungry sometimes, but my mom doesn't like for me to eat bad food.
Tell me about Tuscan and his friends.
Tuscan and his friends aren't nice to me. They're nice to my mom because they trust her, though. She's the only one that brings them food. Sometimes she brings me safe food, too, but she hasn't lately. I get pretty hungry because the safe food I put away in a secret place isn't any good anymore.
Tell me about Tuscan and his friends. Tell me about the playroom. Tell me about your mom. Tell
What
me
kind
about
of food
the
has gone bad
The
there,
food
buddy?
out of the machines can make me feel really sleepy and not very good. Mom says it's because of the stuff they put in the food. Tuscan says it's poison and won't take any food from anyone but my mom. I put some good food away in a secret place, but the food doesn't look so good anymore. Do you want to see?
Sure, why don't you show us?
The youngster opens a hidden cabinet near him, and a sour smell like rotting fruit flows.
It is
from the
rotting
opening.
fruit.
See, it went bad.
We're gonna take it and put it in our pocket.
It's slippery, sloppy, stinky, and goopy, but you collect what's there into a large specimen bag.
Now we're gonna go back to Maul and deal with the food a little bit, because now we know something we didn't know before. Tuscan only takes food from Maul because he thinks it's poison. If we can actually not poison but drug the food, then we'll be able to deal with Tuscan so that we can move on past the playroom.
The youngster Stambob comes to the doorway.
Mom, these nice people got me some fruit. It's fresh and everything, so you don't need to be sad anymore.
Son, I'm so glad. It means the plants are healthy again, and you won't have to eat food I'm not sure is good for you. Thank you, strangers.
I'm going back to my room, Mom, but I wanted you to know.
A light scans the reeking glop, and the computer screen lights up.
The alkaloids present in this organic mass can be reduced to a high-potency tranquilizer. The undesirable emetics and purgatives can be eliminated. The resultant drug should be mixed with prepared food and eaten to produce a soporific effect. Do you wish to prepare the specified tranquilizer from this
Yes, we do.
No, skip it. We'll just put this away and go on to something else. Yes, continue.
Done. The drug is prepared. Bring over the food you wish dosed with the drug, and the tranquilizer will be added.
A light scans the food box and the computer screen lights up.
The food in this box has been prepared with standard quantities of tranquilizing alkaloids, calmatives, and euphorics. The drugs and chemicals added in preparation cannot be extracted without degradation of their potency. The high-potency dosage of alkaloid tranquilizer you have prepared may be added now if you wish.
Go ahead.
And so now we need to convince her to give this to Tuscan.
I was feeling so depressed because I couldn't give him the fruit I know is better for him than what the Fays make in the machinery. I don't trust the machinery food, and that's why I tended the garden, made fresh food. Even Tuscan will eat food I give to him, and he doesn't trust anyone. If you ever need help, just show me what you want to give him.
Let's give her our newly created
Tuscan will only
food.
accept food from you. You said you'd help us after we helped you. Would you give this to Tuscan? It's heavily medicated, but that might help Dr. McCoy here to do something so he's better off.
I'll take this to Tuscan now because I trust you. Go back to him and show him your food. He'll call for me, and I'll give him this instead. He'll be a good boy.
All right, now that she's agreed, we got to go back here and grab one more piece of fruit so that we can offer it to Tuscan so that he can basically reject us. Let's go back and we can finally start messing with Tuscan. And the thing is, we don't want to hurt him. We want to kind of sedate him so that McCoy might be able to do something for his paranoia. And plus, we really need to get past him, to get past the playroom to move on to the next part. I remember when I first played this game, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out this sequence, but eventually it works out.
We really don't want to hurt you, you know, but you gotta stay back.
See here, Captain Claw. I told you those Federation scum would be nosing around behind our backs.
The Klingon observers seem interested in remaining to watch.
The aide is
what
not a
goes
very
on
nice
here.
guy. Probably should have left him back on the ship.
So hungry. It looks like good, wholesome. Maul? Where's Maul? I don't take nothing from nobody. Nobody except her. You'd do something to it. Make me different. You'd rewire my head.
Call for me, Tuscan? I thought you might be hungry, so I brought you something you can safely eat. You know you can trust me, Tuscan.
Yeah, I know I can. And I am hungry. Didn't want to eat something I couldn't be sure of, though. Give me that.
Poor guy. he really shouldn't trust her at this point.
You watch out for me, okay?
And then we're going to surprise everybody by doing something we don't normally do.
The Klingon captain
After we
gravely
give
takes
the
fruit, smells
Klingons
it,
the
and takes
food,
a
then we're
large
going to
bite
turn
from
around
it.
and we're going to shoot one of the barbarian brothers.
And while my aide might disagree, some food becomes that much sweeter when it is shared.
This guy right here seems to be the more aggressive of the two.
Rakaback falls, defenseless against the power of the phaser.
An inelegant solution, Captain Kirk, but efficient.
I listened to my brother Rackaback and to my friend Tuscan. They say we have to protect this room and keep anyone from getting into it. Tuscan's afraid. Well, Tuscan's just confused. I don't think I should go into it right now, but he thinks if people knew all about this place, they'd hurt his mind. Actually, I'm sure things would change. It might be a change for the better, maybe. Maybe not. I'm not sure what to think of you. I just don't know if I should trust you.
Well, Gormagon, I think you should trust them. They've repaired the garden, which is good for all of us. They gave fresh fruit to my boy Stan Bob, when even his own mother couldn't manage that.
Gormagon, neither my aide nor I came aboard this ship expecting anything but treachery and venality from these people. They've impressed me, and I commend them to you.
Well, despite some misgivings I had, I'll accept what others have said about you. I think I should show you the way into the heart of the phase, the secret entry that Tuscan is so afraid of. I feel that something good can come of this.
Yeah, see, Tuscan's been hiding something under the wall. Now we've entered the heart of the phase, which is the computer core for the ship, and it's damaged. So we're going to take the light bar. The Klingon's going to dismantle it because, you know, Kirk can't simply screw the ends off of the freaking light bar so that we can rewire the computer and get it fixed.
Allow me, Captain. Let me do that. The information I acquired from Puzzlewit's mind indicates this could be a delicate operation, easily mishandled. I think you will find it fits just here. Lieutenant Uhura, if you will bring over that length of wire while I hold this in place, I believe we can get this repaired speedily.
Certainly, Mr. Spock. With that in place, I can see that it will easily fit. Here.
The final connection is made, and Uhura smiles widely.
That's it! That fixes the broken connection.
So now the computer should be repaired, at least mostly.
Thank you. I am now once again whole, and no longer an intelligence divided against myself. The system you repaired will re-enable me to analyze and update received data from external and internal sensor systems, altering conceptual constructs of previously acquired data. These systems appear to have been malfunctioning for some time, although it will take additional review to clarify all conditions. Much may have been lost permanently.
Jim, do you notice? The phase isn't switching between I and we like it did in the oratory, and the voice is a single note. Not a harmonic chord of blended voices.
And it hasn't suggested we go get something to eat either.
I am chagrined that my disabilities have endangered my mission. The compassion was launched with the best of intentions. If I can answer anyone's questions, I will endeavor to do so.
Captain Kirk, you don't mind if I ask a question, do you?
You'll get your turn, Klingon. Just hold your horses. Other things come first. Be my guest, Captain. Ask away.
That you give me first place to speak is a mark of honor, Captain Kirk, and does not pass unnoticed, particularly in light of the urgency of your own questions. Hayes, this ship passed through the heart of Klingon space. We were not even aware of it until it was nearly out of our territory. We backtracked it and found it must have closely approached places we find sensitive. We expect assurances that data you may have collected there will not reach the hands of those who mean us harm.
We seek proof. We expect you to download your entire memory into our ship's computers, that we may search it for data you have no right to.
Thereby would you not acquire data to which you have no right?
My aide speaks too strongly. While it is true we are interested in the knowledge and technology you possess,
technology to pass through our empire undetected. Knowledge of how to twist space back upon itself. For that data, we will treat with you as one civilized people with another. But it is a justified request that we ask you to destroy all data dealing with anything you learn within our border.
Had I any data, I would agree to seal it. However, as you should have deduced, I have none. Until my sensory systems were repaired, my ability to receive and process data was severely impaired, especially in regard to external data updates. Based on my present reanalysis of nearby space, I would speculate that my only data on your present sphere of influence would be as that area of space existed a very long time ago indeed.
That is information for us to know, not you. Erase it.
Silence! Hayes, we would welcome access to that information, but on the same basis as we would bargain with you for technological data. We have more to offer with you, I believe, than the Federation represented by these others.
So web kordo.
Phase, do not be hasty making that decision.
I lack sufficient data to make any assessment. I can give no answer at this time.
The primary reason we came aboard was to find a way to stop you from landing on top of our colony on Atopus, which would certainly kill thousands of our people. Now that your external sensors are functional, have you altered your plans about where you intend to put the ship down?
No, Captain Kirk. I will certainly not set the Compassion down in a populated area, now that I can see it is there. I am at present in communication with the planetary authorities, and they are directing me to a stationary orbit until further arrangements can be made for my wards. Then are there other questions?
Is the ship still set to land? How did your systems become damaged?
I am sorry I cannot explain this at this time. I do not even know if it is explicable, but I will search my memory for an answer for you. Then are there other questions?
Is the ship still... Please...
I'm curious about what your builders really had in mind, shipping off all these people off-planet. There seems to have been some shadier agenda. The eugenics wars of our own past produced some of the ugliest abuses in human history, and notorious characters like Khan Noonien Singh, whose name still resounds with infamy. How is this ship you call the Compassion justified?
I have no information about your eugenics wars, but a fundamental social philosophy of the Builders was that civilized people of goodwill would tolerate and value variability as a sign of cultural and social health. That a civilization will be judged by its tolerance of disparate ideas, by how it treats those who cannot protect themselves, be they very young, very old, or otherwise challenged, by the measure of altruism extended to those less powerful, even when rightfully in possession of something desired.
A central aspect of Vulcan philosophy is embodied in the Idic. Infinite diversity in infinite combinations. It would seem the Builders pursued similar high ideals.
High ideals, perhaps, but that does not explain why these people are in space phase.
More than this I cannot explain. However, you can locate additional library data under the heading Compassion. Oh, I haven't made it available. I should have done that immediately. I can't imagine why I didn't think of it.
Fascinating, Captain. That instance of forgetfulness makes it possible to speculate that the phase is not wholly restored after all.
Then are there other questions?
Is the ship still set to land on... Please...
I'd still like to know a little...
I'd be interested to learn more about those who built this ship. Their achievements certainly seem erratic in sophistication, but much of it goes beyond even what we are capable of accomplishing today. For example, the Paralance medium for recording computer data is something we are only now beginning to explore. I think there's much to be learned from these people.
My best recommendation is to examine the library records under Builders or Technology. There is more data than I can easily explain. Then are there other questions?
Is the ship, please? That's all for now, FaZe. I assume we can talk to you if we have more questions.
Yeah, let's
I will do my best, Captain.
come back to this in a minute.
Although intelligent entities often find that there are more questions than answers.
So we're going to take the crystal, but I just want to kind of make a note that coming up, there's a lot of dialogue, especially in the final episode.
effect.
So I'll keep my commentary to a minimum so that we can kind of enjoy like the grand finale to the game.
Lens
So,
feels cool
especially
and
here in the
surprisingly
last part
heavy,
with the
with
phase and
smoothly
what's about to
polished
happen.
edges.
So here we go.
The lens slips easily into the terminal's reading port and the screen activates.
Compassion.
So we got to learn about
The name
these
of
different
ascetic
things.
class starship. The name signified the compassion for the travelers, all of whom were diagnosed with life quality inhibiting disorders of class 3 or higher. After a full generation of debate on ethics, a consensus opinion was reached, the so-called Diagi decision. Final planned destination of the compassion was a return to Shambrum in 4 generations. Compassion. Diagi decision. Shambrum. Philosophy. Builders. A landmark of planet-wide consensus. The first of such sweeping effect in the history of Shambrum after the failure of the individual nation-state and the rise of pan-world participation in self-rulership. All individuals suffering at class 3 or higher were sent on extended extrasolar transshipment to await research into these conditions and their treatment.
Now, just 1 minute, FaZe. Are you listening? You keep saying you can't remember or you lack data or what have you. Even the library data seems vague, incomplete, and contradictory. If you don't know, then who does?
Forgive the pause. I had to think long and hard to discover if you had correctly passed this final test. You correctly identify the heart of the matter. Let me introduce you to my builders.
That we are granted access to the portal to the builders.
Despite our misgivings, you have shown yourselves to be the representatives of spacefaring peoples we, the Brassica, would most trust to make first contact with. The contest has been in progress for some time, situations in which your true colors have been explored. The invitation has been made. You may return to your ship if you prefer, or you may step through whenever you are ready. Then, the final round begins.
I think you have it right, Captain Clark. This is madness, Jim.
I think, Bones, it's Shakespeare who had it right. Though this be madness, yet there is a method in it.
I agree with the sentiment, Captain Kirk. There is something more going on here, far deeper than first appearances have suggested. I imagine you will accept the invitation. I will certainly choose to go, whether you do or not. I believe the invitation is extended to all.
I will not permit that, Captain Clark. I will take all methods to prevent you. I will not go. It is certainly a Federation trick.
You begin to sound like Tusken in the other room. Get a grip of yourself and act like an officer.
Captain Clark, I will not let you depart. These human scum have tricked you. If I have to beat up all of you, I will. You, Vulcan, you understand orders. Help me knock out my mad captain, and I will take him away and out of your hair.
Yes, you, Vulcan. Because we know
Captain Clark,
exactly.
I will not let you
All right, we know exactly how this works. Come on over, Spock. Let's do it one last time.
Startled, the Klingon's eyes glaze even as he glares furiously, struggling to remain conscious.
Captain, I told you they couldn't be trusted.
I'll send you back aboard, Raul. But unless the humans betray me, I have to pass through that portal to explore what lies beyond.
Like I said, there's a lot of dialogue coming up, so my commentary will be minimal so that you guys can kind of enjoy this last little bit of the game, because it's really dialogue heavy. And here we go with the final part.
Mr. Scott, they've disappeared off the sensors.
What do you mean, laddie?
They've just vanished.
Captain's log, stardate 6269.3. The landing party and the Klingon Captain Klar have passed through a portal in time and space. We're about to face tests by the Brassica. Success will mean formal relations. Failure will mean unknown.
Welcome. We applaud your willingness to confront the unknown.
Please tell us what's going on. Where are we?
Patience. I cannot answer all yet. Those elements of our society still ill at ease with your cultures have more questions.
We've had enough. No more foolish tests. More tests. Let's just get on with it.
Listen. We have modified our legends by what we understand of your species. You will be asked a question and may discuss it. Only one person may answer. Begin. I make the first query. It is that question posed to the heroic companions we call the Gerent. Answer this. Who among you may go to the greatest pains in the pursuit of life? You may talk. I will withdraw until you choose to speak with me. Remember, only one of you may reply.
Alone among the people here, I am female and capable of childbearing. The nurturing of a new life remains a uniquely female labor. Certainly, I am the one among us who might go to the greatest pains in the pursuit of life.
Your answer is accepted. However, this is not to say whether this answer is right or wrong.
Where's he gone?
The next question awaits, Captain Kirk. You are nothing like the Gerent, who hold a special place in our memories. The second question. Who among you wrestles most intensely with the chaos of life? Talk amongst yourselves. I will answer questions if I can. In the end, only one may reply.
I am a physician. I am the one who cares for life and health of hundreds aboard the Enterprise. The patterns of chaos are the patterns of life and death, and every day of my professional life is focused on balancing those patterns towards sustaining the quality of life. I am the one among us who struggles most intensely with the chaos of life.
Your answer is accepted, Dr. McCoy. However, this is not to say whether this answer is right or wrong in our sight.
You expect me to stand by while my people keep disappearing?
The next question awaits, Captain Kirk.
Congratulations, Captain. There are those among us
who doubted you could make it this far. The third question is somewhat different, but our heroes, the Gerent, found the answer. Solve this equation. Pig plus X equals cow. Talk among yourselves. I will answer questions if I can. Only one may reply.
At face value, this question is complete nonsense, Captain. There is no way to answer chicken plus X equals reality.
What are you saying? The question was pig plus X equals cow.
Continue your discussion. Then address me when you are better prepared to answer.
Interesting, Kirk. I heard Tlok Pok plus X equals Zrok Nav. To humans, it would translate to plant plus X equal hive paper. What did you hear, Vulcan?
Chicken plus X equals reality.
Each question starts with something edible. Pigs and chickens are farm stock, are they not?
Many elements of Federation society do not consume animal flesh, Captain Klar. In principle, however, you are correct. But I believe the answer is, there is no logical answer.
I don't think so, Spock. But I don't like yours either, Klar. Where's the relationship between a cow, hive paper, and reality?
Difficult, I admit, Kirk. But they must be connected.
I'm not impressed, Clar. The Brassica addressed me first. I think we need to answer pig plus X equals cow.
You try my patience, Kirk. There's a pattern and an answer. A tlok grows a flower that ka-cha insects visit, and ka-cha make nectar and hive paper. So flower would work.
And what does that do for my question? Or Spock's?
Your officer was asked to solve chicken plus X equal reality. The philosophers of Ballare 7 maintain a celestial bird something like a chicken laid an egg from which the universe hatched. The idea of reality began as something egg-shaped, was an early theory of Klingon cosmologists.
You're stretching, Clar.
It all fits. The tlok flower is egg-shaped. Therefore, I believe egg is correct for all equations. Kirk, in a barter society, might not a cow be worth, say, a pig with a clutch of eggs thrown in?
Clar, I come from a farm on Earth in a state called Iowa. Your solution makes some sense, but so would pig plus crate of apples equal cow. It's something else.
If I may, based on the evidence, I remain convinced there is no answer.
A time will come when we must answer.
I'm willing to let either of you answer.
The Brassica will allow only one to answer. The question I heard was chicken plus X equals reality. This question is nonsensical, as is Captain Kirk's. Therefore, I deduce the answer is that there is no answer.
Your answer is accepted. However, this is not to say whether this answer is right or wrong.
You plan to make off with everyone? Do you really expect me to keep taking that without protest?
The next question awaits, Captain Kirk.
I am astonished that an alien like you has muddled your way this far. It is a great honor that we share the Riddle Master's questions to the gerent. The last question, answer this. There are two present. Only one may go. Why should you be the one to leave this place alive? Discuss this. I will answer questions if I can and will. You might want to discuss this with me to explore your options.
Intriguing question, Kirk. Two captains representing empires at odds with each other.
The Federation is no empire, Clar, and the Organian Treaty assures we are not at each other's throat.
Be honest. There are many differences between us. I wish to hear your analysis before I offer my own thoughts.
I'd hoped you thought of something new. I'm having second thoughts, and I want to go over my ideas with you again.
You go or I go, Kirk. Have you a better idea?
Since I represent the peaceful and unified Federation, I'm the only one possible answer. I might surprise you, Clar. I don't like the choices. I want another alternative, but I'm not sure there is one.
I feel the same, Kirk. I have a thought about how we might deal with the question.
Go ahead, Clar, I'm listening.
They're asking us to choose one to proceed and one to remain.
That's the implication of death for the one who remains.
I concur. They want an answer that either I live and you die, or you live and I die. I say we answer, we both live, or both die.
Good concept. What if they refuse?
We choose it, whether they offer or not.
And if it's not the answer I give?
We shall see, won't we?
You want me to choose one of us or the other to proceed. Well, frankly, I don't think it's right to put either of us at risk. We're both starship captains, both legitimate representatives of millions of inhabitants on thousands of planets. I want another alternative, another choice.
Captain Kirk, you have stepped forward to make your choice, and that choice is very simple.
I proceed from this room alone. Allow Captain Clark. We both proceed from this room, or neither of us does.
There is no such option offered. What exactly do you mean by choosing in this way? That perhaps you should both die?
No, Brassican, it means we're changing the rules. You want one to remain, perhaps to die, and one to go on? We refuse to play that game. You want to meet with us as much as we wish to meet with you, so take us both through, or let us both remain in this surreal purgatory forever. Take it or leave it.
You have confounded me, Captain Kirk. I did not believe you would make such a choice.
But I declared all along that this race had the qualities we sought. The understanding of both leadership and sacrifice. Captain Kirk, you have achieved all that I, at least, had hoped of you. It is time for us to greet you face to
And we were
face.
successful. Now it's time to meet the real Brassicans and their perfect 1960s aliens.
Greetings. We look forward to a long and fruitful relationship with both your peoples. Your starships will be welcome here on any peaceful mission.
I am pleased to meet you face to face as well. However, I want my crew back.
Of course, Captain.
You're all right, all of you? You were treated well?
We are unharmed, Captain.
We're drinking something, so they're doing just fine.
They felt it necessary to isolate themselves so long ago because of interstellar disputes between...
Later, Spot. Right now, I'm glad you're okay.
Indeed, Captain. We are well.
But they couldn't be sure we would have passed all their tests. Brassican, how do you explain that?
Some of us could not restrain our desire to learn. It seemed worth the risk, and has proved so.
I believe the Federation and the Brassica will have a long and fascinating future together.
Although my associate, Septhi, has great misgivings about breaking our isolation, others of us have high hopes.
You are star-eyed, if you imagine that no difficulties lie ahead. However, all conditions have been met, and so I also welcome you, Captain Kirk.
Thank you. Septhi, is it?
Yes, and our moderator, leader to you, is Zenti.
Zenti, Aha, and Septhi. I hope to show you you've made the right decision.
Speaking for the Klingon Empire, I too look forward to the relationship between all peoples. You surprise me, Kirk. Perhaps one day we will even trust you.
We'll just have to see, won't we?
Captains, feel free to look around while we summon your two ships to these coordinates. Captain Kirk, I have something interesting to show you over here. Come with me. Captain Kirk, I have misgivings about the Klingon race. For our mutual protection, here is a paralens disk of data which I want you to have. With this knowledge, you can come to our defense. Will you take it and safeguard our future?
Yes, I'll take the disc.
Yeah, I'll take the disc, but that sounds kind of sketchy. I'm gonna show it to the Klingons, 'cause I don't think that's right. It's either a test or they really are trying to drive a wedge between us.
What's this, Kirk? It looks like a paralens. Zente, what do you know about this?
Captain Kirk, is it your intention to turn over that data to Captain Clark?
Yes,
yeah, it
in
is.
the name of the trust and cooperation, Captain Clark, the data disk belongs in your hands.
What is it exactly?
You might want to reconsider, Captain Kirk. What if I substituted a scan of Federation space and told you it was a scan of Klingon space?
These aliens gave you a scan of our sovereign territory, Kirk? I demand you give that to me!
If it is a scan of Federation territory, Captain Kirk, you will be branded a traitor if you hand it over. A difficult quandary, is it not?
And the last Brassican test, is it not, Zenti?
Even if you had a reader console to examine that paralens, which of you would read it? So we will not provide it. If you believe that makes this the last of our tests, so be it.
This disk contains data, which could... Clark, you have shown a level of honor I never expected. Take the paralens. If it's a scan of Federation space, I trust you to see it destroyed.
That seems reasonable.
Trust brings trust, Kirk. I was given this. They told me it was a scan of Federation space, and I had not decided what to do with it. Now I know.
I like Clark. He's a good guy.
What if that data was really the best examples of our technologies? Why would we offer the knowledge twice?
If it's scans of the sovereign space, then no one should have them. If it's research data, that certainly isn't your only record of it. We will show you we can be trusted.
You have won our respect, Captain. Both of you. Those discs were blank and no scans existed. This was truly the final test. I am greatly reassured about our intersecting futures.
I doubt we have seen the last Brassican test, Zente. Seems to be your nature. The Klingons will do well. Now I think it is time for us to go.
Let me leave you with this. Individuals among us act as individuals for good and for ill, but overall, the different races of the Federation are joined in a mutual respect that overcomes differences. I think you will be pleased with us.
I think I can already see that, Captain Kirk. Farewell.
And with that, we beat the game, and we got the good ending. Because there is a bad ending where you can not meet the Brassicans, and you legit fly home in disgrace. Starfleet calls and tells you that you
Captain's
did
log,
terribly.
Stardate 6270.5. We have succeeded in making formal contact with the Brassica. We look forward to a long and productive relationship with them. So, Lieutenant, you turned down the Brassica's offer to become the Federation official ambassador.
Not in my job description, Captain. And they were probably just testing me.
A formidable accomplishment, Captain. Establishing diplomatic relations with a new and advanced alien race. Improving our relations with the Klingons. Impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Everyone's so cheerful today. Even Spock's in a good mood. This makes me nervous.
Message from Starfleet, Captain.
There's my answer.
I've reviewed your report from your recent assignment, Captain, and have a few comments. I am very pleased with your performance. It was a perfect mission, Jim. Your reputation as Starfleet's best starship captain is secure. Kane out.
Another message from Starfleet.
On screen.
Jim, we have evaluated your current series of missions, and we are impressed. Starfleet Tactical is going to be using a lot of your recent actions and putting them in the Academy texts.
I'm glad Starfleet approves.
I'll see what I can do to get your crew some shore leave. In the meantime, keep up the good work. Starfleet out.
I've never thought of myself being in some textbook.
Most of the people who make it into the textbooks never think about it either.
An astute observation, Doctor.
Why, thank you, Spock.
Of course, given the frequency of your observations, the odds that you would eventually say something relevant to a situation are...
I don't think we need to hear that, Spock. Well, now that we're a happy Starfleet family, let's get to our next mission.
And some shore leave, I hope.
And that's it. Hey, everybody, thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for going through Retro Playback. This has been Star Trek Judgment Rites. I am Commander Exorcist, boldly going where no man has gone before. Take care, fly safe, and I will see you out there.